Ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani. Dumelang, is everyone all right? How are we doing? Four ways traffic catching anyone by surprise? I hope not. Certainly hope not. I would like to ask if everybody at the back could please just move forward a little bit so that anybody else that does come, we still have space to fill up. I know the first few rows are reserved, but please, there's so many areas which we could fill up. Just in the middle here, for example, as well. Could I please, I'm begging you from the bottom of my heart and from the heart of my bottom, if we could please just move a little bit further forward so we can engage in today's proceedings. We're going to start in just a moment. I know we're late. I know we're a little bit late, but again, we're going to blame it on the four ways traffic. Ningasabi, I promise you, there's air conditioning. We'll make sure that you're still keeping cool. Guys, don't be shy. At the top over there, don't be shy. I promise, not in the sound booth, no. But everybody at the top, let's come down. I promise, it's going to be easier this way. Please come down and join us so we can start things off in just a moment. All right. All right, folks, I'm going to just ask now. I know this is getting a little bit tougher, but everybody on the end, I know it's a lot easier at the end because you just think, well, I could just exit, right? But unfortunately, the people that come in are then going to bother you to stand up, and then you're going to have to ask them to get in. And so it'd just be easier if we all came in just a little bit. So I'm going to ask very, very nicely, please. If we could please all just move in and come lower, please, so we can hopefully start things off. Anybody that then comes through can just grab the very next seat as opposed to bothering anybody else. Please, if I could ask you for that, I absolutely beg you to help us in that regard. I see only this side moved. No one on this side moved at all. At all? You're not going to help us? Just a little bit? Even if it's just 2 seats. That way, just a little bit that way. Yes, please. No? Okay. When the next people arrive, they're going to just affect and bother you to then move into that side. Please, if we can, let's help each other out. And please come down just a little bit further again, folks, so we can hopefully start things off. I know we're running a little bit tardy as well. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, can I just quickly ask if we could please just be standing for the Honorable Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Thembi Simelane. Thank you so much. You can all be seated. Okay. The day has finally arrived. Sanbonani, dumelang, abshe, nahen, machero, ni hello, chanda, masiari, molweni, namaste, assalamu alaikum, khoyamora. Is the one that I missed? Lochani, khotsong, abahais. Anyone else that I missed? No? Hola, Eita, Fede, we all good? Ladies and gentlemen, the name is Arabile Nhlanhla Gumede nguqwabe ngamalandela ngokulandela inkomo zamadoda ngubayalo nokhuzwa nguyeyeye. And I promise that it's not yeah, it's yeah. I've heard it said that way so many times. So there I was, right, inside my complex. This one really incredible day, having a sleep. Thinking to myself, okay, at some point I'm going to have to wake up. But it's early in the morning still, it's around 3 a.m. And I'm even having these arguments in my head that I could usually win, but I lost in real life. But in my dreams, I'm winning them. And I just get woken up by this thud and this rattle inside my house. And I scream at the top of my lungs. Because at this point, I think I'm getting burgled into. I'm getting robbed. Happens to just be my neighbor's cat. So I then think to myself, how am I going to do this? How am I going to get this cat out? I don't have an affinity towards cats. I don't hate them. I don't love them either. It's whatever. But now how do I, after I've scared this cat to death as well, it scared me and I've scared it. And so I need to try and figure out a way to get it out the house. And eventually I do. But I just think to myself, I still made it to work on time. And yes, I have to wake up 3 a.m. every morning. But I actually made it to work on time anyway, despite every misgiving that I might have had that morning. And I think in many ways it tells us just about community living spaces. Because if you can't beat them, you might as well just feed the cat. So that's what I'm doing from now on. Just leaving a bowl of milk outside my house. Nice kitty, don't come into my house again, please. But that is the basis of why we're here as well. Every day I have to go out and speak about just the world's most riveting and engaging issues, difficult issues at times as well. And that's what moments like today are also about. Another issue which may be pressing for you and I. We live in these communities on a day-to-day basis. So how best can we ensure that those spaces are, one, clean, managed correctly, the infrastructure is put up right, we understand the community around us, we feel happy and safe. Because outside of the 8 hours we spend perhaps at work or anywhere else, there are more hours that we spend in that household too. And that is the place that is most critical and most important to us. So how are we going to do that? Because that's the importance of today. That's the importance of these 2 days, in fact. And that is why we're all here. So I don't want to lose you. Please do not lose us today. But it's a welcome to every single last one of you. This is the third Csos annual Indaba 2025. We're gathering to talk not just about governance over the next 2 days, but to finally settle what is going to be and has been this age-old question and debate. Who really left the gate open? Was it Unit 7? Was it Unit 12? Unit 7 is denying it, but the dog is now at the clubhouse, so you tell me who's who. So we're going to try and settle that debate for you in some ways, where possible. And I want you to all be a part of this question and this conversation that we have today. I've been able to do a lot of things. I've even been able to interview the Honorable Minister Thembi Simelane, and tough questions. Even the acting chief ombud, Mr. Sishuko, knows very well that I'm willing to ask the tough questions, but nothing has ever prepared me for that WhatsApp group for the Homeowners Association. My goodness. Nothing can ever prepare you for somebody who's trying very, very hard to tell you why we're going to have a levy increase next year of 10%. But nonetheless, I want you all to be part of today's conversation. Our theme this time around is sustainable governance, shared responsibility as the cornerstone of community schemes. It's more than just a mouthful. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a call to action because shared responsibility isn't just about splitting the Wi-Fi bill, maybe, or even arguing over who parked in which slot over the last couple of days, etc. It's about making sure our schemes don't just survive, they also are able to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to give you more opening remarks and also an introduction to the Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Busisiwe Mzo, the Csos Board Chairperson, to give you our opening remarks. A round of applause, please.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and valued partners, welcome to the third annual Csos Indaba, a premier platform dedicated to advancing sustainable governance in our community schemes. This year, we gather under the theme Sustainable Governance, Shared Responsibility as the cornerstone of community schemes, emphasizing the vital role of collaborative leadership and collective accountability in fostering resilient and prosperous communities. Effective governance grounded in shared responsibility is the key to unlocking sustainable growth and social cohesion. It is through our unified efforts that we can build enduring, inclusive, and empowered communities. Today, let us reflect on best practices, explore innovative solutions, and renew our commitment to responsible stewardship for the present and for future generations. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to this important convening. Together, let us shape a future rooted in sustainable governance and shared responsibility.
Thank you. The Minister of Human Settlements, Honorable Thembis Melane, the Deputy Minister in absentia, Ms. Thandima Mbehlala, the Chair of Portfolio Committee and members of the Portfolio Committee, including the Secretariat, the Deputy Chairperson of the Board of Csos and the members of the Board of Csos, the DG of the department, DDGs, Acting Ombudsman, Chief Ombudsman, CEOs of entities that are supporting us, and I haven't seen any other board members from other sister entities, but if they're here as well. Our panelists, distinguished guests, our stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Busisiwe Mzo, fondly called Busi. I'm the chairperson of the board of Csos. What a joy this morning it is to see some familiar faces amongst all of you as gathered in this Indaba, our third Csos Indaba. As the board, we began our duties officially on the 1st of August, duly constituted and appointed by the minister through all the processes that need to be followed. And we're just over 2 months into our term. However, as short as that period may sound, we want to assure you that we have hit the ground running. We have been through a proper briefing by the entity on all key matters affecting the organization and the sector. We are aware, we are fully engaged in providing the leadership and oversight that the board needs to provide. And in this, the stability of the entity is very important. You can be confident that the new board is informed, it is committed, and it is ready to drive the Csos mandate with integrity, transparency, and renewed energy. Hence, we have called this Indaba this year again to make sure that we give you the confidence that you need from us. What way it is for me to be entrusted with the opportunity to introduce our chief guest today, a woman whose leadership and vision continue to shape our nation. But before that, let me also acknowledge members of the STSMA Council, the officials from the department, sister entities, and the Csos Executive Committee as well. The Indaba is more than just an annual event. It's a convergence of ideas, a celebration of progress, and a renewed commitment to transparency, accountability, and excellent service. This year, our theme is sustainable governance, shared responsibility as a cornerstone of community schemes. This reminds us that good governance is not a solo act. It is a shared effort, a collaboration to build complying and well-managed schemes, grounded in fairness, dignity, and accountability. Now it's my great honor to introduce to you this morning our keynote speaker, the Honorable Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Thembi Simelane. Ms. Simelane's career, I'm sure all of you can read in the program of today. She has served as the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and Deputy Minister in the same portfolio. She also led SALGA as its second ever female president and served as executive mayor of Polokwane, where she championed people-centered development. Her academic achievements reflect her dedication to excellence, but what truly defines her is action. Just this August, she relaunched the Title Deeds Fridays campaign, restoring dignity for our people and ownership to thousands of South Africans. Her words echo the Freedom Charter: there shall be houses, security, and comfort. And this is what Csos is all about as well. It's about comfort, accountability, and cohesion. Minister Simelane's leadership reminds us that governance is not about systems, but it's about people, homes, and dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and join me in welcoming Minister Thembi Simelane. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Program Director Rabile Kumete, Deputy Minister Thandi Mahambe-Hlala, who will be joining this August occasion tomorrow and will ensure that it reaches its conclusion and also render an item of the conclusion of the Indaba. Members of the board, as led by the chairperson, Ms. Busisiwe Nzo, chairperson of the portfolio committee, Mr. Siabi, and all other portfolio members who are here, Director General Dr. Miemi DDG Zongo, our acting chief ombud, Mr. Lisiba Sishoka, other DDGs I know are present here, entities from the human settlement family, the stakeholders who are in partnership and delegates who have joined us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to address the third annual Csos Indaba for 2025. This is an important platform to give us an opportunity to deeply reflect on a host of issues in the community schemes value chain, assess progress, galvanize, but also build on existing partnerships. Program Director, allow me to extend my sincere and profound appreciation to all our stakeholders and the role they have played and continue to play in making sure that Csos is a living organism and serves their interest in line with the Community Scheme Ombuds Service Act. The fact that we are gathered here this morning and for the two-day session. For the third consecutive Indaba under the theme Sustainable Governance, a shared responsibility as the cornerstone of community schemes, is a testament to continuity, growth, and the value of sustained dialogue among stakeholders. As we reflect on the journey thus far, it is important that lessons drawn from the past two Indabas serves as a foundation for refining strategies, strengthening delivery, and deepening collective partnerships among stakeholders in delivering the intended benefit of promoting good and sustainable governance of community schemes. It is Csos' strategic intent to meaningfully contribute to the achievement of the 2030 Human Settlement Vision through the enhancement of vibrant community scheme as an alternative tenure option for citizens in this country. During the strategic plan that the board held, we reminded ourselves that 2030 is just 4 years away from us. And it is important, therefore, to fully define what we will do in 48 months in a Gantt chart process. It is not only essential to understand that different schemes form part of our scheme, but also to ensure that they are heard, represented, and protected at all times. But above all, we need to precisely understand and underscore the existence of Csos, and critically amongst many is to regulate the community scheme sector in South Africa. This will only be possible with a complete and accurate database. I think that's the starting point. The entire Csos value chain, therefore, and its service delivery model will then be underpinned by the success of creating a complete database of the schemes. But for me, the interpretation of the schemes does not only come at the level of the registration. The interest, if you want to transform the special space of South Africa in particular, ensure the inclusion of the HDIs, is by appropriate planning of all our entities to ensure that we create schemes even in areas where they are unheard of, they are not thought of. How do you do that? Is by ensuring that the entire value chain is transformed. We get into spaces of allowing from the property practitioners, regulators, authority as well, an entry for a reformed environment, but also ensuring that from a spatial planning point of view, you target areas which have previously been designed for as no entry for others. But we also need to be bold in looking as to what are the barriers which makes or limit others to reach out to spaces or to be able to settle in spaces which they would want ordinarily to settle on, but the price bucket is what takes them out into those designated spaces. We also need to ask fundamental questions as to whether are we part in creating the inequalities that still persist in South Africa. And asking that question in a positive manner will be, how best do we contribute in the human settlement value chain of ensuring that South Africa in every corner belongs to all of us equally, and we can be able in any space live, work, and play. So over the 38,000 schemes that are registered today, there is still a great need to register the remaining unregistered scheme. What is pleasing is that 70% of the registered schemes, Honorable Chair, are now compliant. We've done that audit, and we do believe that it is important that through such interventions as the Indaba, we find meaningful strategies of rolling out to ensure that the current board moves us to the audited 86% confirmed by our Auditor General of South Africa to 100%. We have just finished a cycle very grueling with the Auditor General. She really comes to a table to straighten you up, but we appreciate it. It is important to know that when we continue to rebuild trust in public institutions, Csos stands as an example of how accountability collaboration can restore the confidence. I'm glad that our officials were able, for each and every target that they had set for themselves, provide tangible evidence to the Auditor General for accountability. And we could only strengthen this to make sure that we grow. But I must also indicate that I'm worried about the going concern of Csos and PPRA. And this is one of the challenges I give not only to the board chair and deputy chair. And where I was raised, I was told, what task you give to a woman shall be done. And I know you won't prove me wrong. Pardon, I was raised by my grandmother. If she made a mistake, I'm so sorry. But she told me, any task you give to a woman, consider it done. Through constructive partnership with stakeholders, the organization must address key challenges, including the backlog, which is where the AG found us that our response mechanism, particularly on the edge of towards 90 days, is found wanting. Very much happy with our 30-60-day breakdown of our dispute resolution backlog, but I think we need to ask in what we call as the difficult areas and cases that we need to resolve. And I do believe that our partnership at the alternative dispute mechanism will be of assistance. And we need to teach ourselves as well as stakeholders and government that not all disputes want us to go into a court. I think we need to find solutions in alternative dispute mechanisms, develop structures and framework rules and guidelines that will strengthen the Ombuds Office to be able to continue. Our discussion with the board in terms of filling and the positions close, that Hollywood must come to an end. In the main, the filling of the ombuds. You cannot be able to champion an institution if at the higher echelon of that institution you still have got gaps in areas where you are supposed to be. So we're an ombud assigned by the Ombud Service Act. So one of the key responsibilities we have is for us to have an ombud we could hold accountable and responsible for the duties and the functions as mandated by the Act. And I know, Honorable Chair, that they've heard me. So the performance currently of the entity from the Indaba to this Indaba, as confirmed by the AG, is sitting at 86%. It is commendable. It reflects the commitment, the teamwork, and sound leadership. Of course, there are operational pressures and a complex environment. This performance demonstrates what can be achieved when an organization is united and driven by results. I'm convinced that the new board will now strive for 100%. While in a fast-paced world, information constantly competes with attention. You have managed amongst all our 6 entities to ensure that your voice is heard, your work is seen, is visible, but I'm giving you beyond a challenge today. Your organization, beyond the awareness drive, must now be elevated to visibility and deepen ongoing engagements with stakeholders across the sector. In meeting and discussing with all our entities comms team, one of the functions I said Csos now needs to take and advance into another level is visibility within the service schemes themselves. We need to be able to get into spaces where our own residents were not even aware beyond paying the levy that their entities do, and how do we get into those issues. And if you deal with alternative dispute mechanism properly, it forces you to make people to be aware and empowers them to resolve issues themselves in how we could deal with one of the issues that we are weak on. So a strong brand is not only defined by how you are well known, but by how consistently it delivers on its promise. Let our people know in the areas where they stay, what is the promise that we give them as Csos and how do we deliver it? But how do we empower them to be able to resolve these challenges themselves as entities? So tangible results, I would hope to see in our next APPs in ensuring that this dispute resolution, time service delivery, and sustaining of public trust is entrenched. The benchmark of Csos itself as a leading institution, both locally and globally, needs to be undertaken, Chair, to draw lessons and adopt best practices in governance, stakeholder engagement, and operational efficiencies. Continuous improvement must remain a cornerstone of its own institutional culture. I think we need to close this discussion ourselves at Human Settlements as entities that plan, develop, and the other one oversees, but we don't talk amongst ourselves. I think that's one wrong thing, and I've moved all my entities now, and I've echoed the same message. So, Honorable Chairs, we will be reporting to you continuously to the portfolio. We've put a target for ourselves as the mother body or as the shareholder, if you would like to put it, that our entities at least jointly on a quarterly basis must meet under the shareholder to just streamline the human settlement processes and systems, because one can inform the other. It's us who register an estate. It's us who must oversee 3 Csos. But how come Csos doesn't know how many property regulators are there under PPRA, which is also under human settlements? How come do we fund metros to develop estates by our own grants, but they don't report to Csos? There's quite a lot of interconnectedness that could be done to drive even the percent that the AG is not happy about beyond the dispute resolution. She is compelling us to say, register in each and every corner, every wood. Now, the tangible question you need to ask yourself as an employee or a person working at human settlements is, how come did I miss others who come under my own belt? It's a known fact that metros, 8 of them, take over 52% of South Africans live in these metros, if you follow Stats SA very closely. So we can only be ourselves in the family who will increase the family of human settlement, who will be able to help one another to do that ground. And DTG Ngongo is here. She's leading in that sphere, and we should be able to be reporting on the 4th Indaba relatively better in terms of getting what is this. And this transformation strategy, therefore, will take us into the circulation of the sector scorecard, which we hope that will then be negotiated with the sector before its implementation. So yourself as our stakeholders, we would also like to hear from you in a critical manner. What we are doing, is it right? Is the sector code aiming to achieve what it's supposed to do? Do you think it could be done better? And how do we make ourselves even better beyond on what would have been mentioned? And I hope we can achieve this through roundtable discussions that can take place across the country with various stakeholders. So this is just but one element of what we could then achieve overall after we've undertaken this initiative. So we will then assess, even in that, what have we done in the previously disadvantaged individuals in our programs such as Executive Management Agent, we call it EMA in short. We have about 152 in that panel. What I hate about panels, which could also be improved on, it's very easy to put people, companies, entities, of PDIs into a panel and never speak to them for 3 years. And they are carrying a letter, they say, I'm in the panel. I'm in a panel, but nobody engages them. Nobody supports them. Nobody does anything. So part of this improvement of the sector hold, we must call these 152 people in our panel and be objective about it. PPRA jointly in KZN, team in KwaZulu-Natal, I went 2-3 weeks ago to meet the property practitioners. And you know we've got a developer program there, which is attached for PDIs in the property practitioners sector. And they were bold enough to say, Minister, we last saw this incubator when we were registered with it. And there's no feedback mechanism. When you are done with the incubator, how do you get to be supported to start? So we can't do that and continue. We must also be prepared to listen to you who are in the industry to say, you can best support me when you do this. So gone are the days where we call support a backpack with ball pen and a notepad. I hate them like. And we must further then, Chair, manage and look into the 14 EMAs managing schemes, assess them, know where they are, how are they functioning, and what difficulties are they. All EMAs under Csos panel and property practitioners registered under PPRA and the entity, they need to operate in various provinces across the country. So I want, when we pull out the board, the number, we see the geographic representation, because we should have a national drive and a national footprint. But we also should forget about thinking that Csos is only in towns and known and well-established townships. Rural areas are calling for support and more support. We need to take advantage of that space as well and even develop in smaller cities or in smaller towns. There is a rural development strategy which we could also ensure that we pair with it, and the rural development is firmly in charge of that. And I think futuristically, as I engaged with the board, we may want to bring them on board as well. One basket I think we shouldn't miss, as well as we are meeting the PDIs, but also the improvement in the areas, is the Department of Public Works and the continuous availability of land parcels that are closer to where we would want the schemes to be and be able to drive transformation. So I see the entity itself as a good partner in ensuring that we enter into those spaces so that we can build strong nations and strong communities. So next year, as I conclude, Csos will be celebrating 10 years of service, a decade marked by dedication, resilience, and meaningful impact. But as we approach this milestone, I challenge all of us to reimagine the next decade. I challenge all of us to be honest in our reflection on what have we achieved, what were the hits, what were the misses, and how best do we plan for the miss. But I challenge our officials as well that we need to get out of our defense mode and defense mechanism. When stakeholders raise issues, they may be, yes, critiquing you and your reflection, but you could only get better if you serve your stakeholder by firstly listening attentively to what they are saying, design with them what the future looks like, and then transform to heightened public confidence. I wish you all the fruitful best engagements. I'm going to be here until around lunchtime. You will pardon me. I may not be able to join the commissions due to other services that I need to offer in another department. But I will hopeful that they will come at the end of the day with new ideas, will foster more collaboration and strengthen our shared commitment to building cohesive, well-governed, and sustainable community schemes across South Africa. Ngiyabonga.
Minister, thank you so much for that. And I think it's such a clear message. And just to take some salient points as well, are we, in any way, are we part of creating the inequalities that we experience in the country? And I want us to really just mull over that for a moment. In our shared spaces, are we part of the reason we still have inequalities? Whatever those may look like. So the significance of understanding that conversation and understanding the role that we play in all of that, so important. And then, of course, the tangible results in dispute resolution and the timeliness thereof. Of course, constraints persist. Constraints are always going to be there. And it's going to be about your understanding, but also Csos making sure that they play their role in understanding that these grievances, these disputes, need to be attended to timelessly and quickly. And of course, then, just as you closed off as well, rural areas and smaller towns are all asking for assistance as well. Man, if we do not begin to service everyone, again, we create those inequalities that we are complaining about on a daily basis. And then, Minister, you said the most important thing. You said, when a task is given to a woman, consider it done. I'm waiting for that clap. I'm just waiting for it. Here's a secret. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a mommy's boy. I cannot deny it. I am a mommy's boy. I was raised by my mom and there's been no one else. My mother lost her job in 1998. I was 10 years old at the time. Might give away my age a little bit. And at that time, just 3 years before that, we had been able to move from Vosloorus in the East Rand to a suburban area into this complex, and now I'm feeling all bougie. I'm learning how to swim. I learned how to rollerblade. I learned how to ice skate with my friends. And it sounds great. And then 3 years later, unfortunately, my mother loses her job. But I can tell you that for every Christmas after that, that shared and gated community in which my mother still lives in today, every Christmas said, we will give you something because we understand your situation. So I stand here today as a product of shared communities, of community schemes that understood the situation, that realized that things are bad. We didn't have electricity at some point because my mother couldn't afford it, right? But the community scheme itself began to understand. And when things finally were right, we ensured that we paid it all back. And my mother still lives there and still complains every day that the dogs are barking too loud. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you all know as well as we continue today, if you're looking for the Wi-Fi code, you shouldn't be on your phones. But anyway, measures do happen, things do happen. Please do look out for the Wi-Fi named Csos Indaba 2025. The password to that is Csos 2025, all caps for Csos. The other one is Csos 2025, capital M exclamation mark. So please do use that. Also, we'd just like to ask if you'd please keep your phones on silent for the proceedings today. Of course, answering your phones, please do so if you could step outside. Speaking of outside, the toilets are just as you exit the hall, just on your right-hand side, but if you head to your left through the passageway, there's some toilets over there. And also, just very quickly, there is no fire drill anticipated for today. There are no fires or anything of the sort also anticipated for today. But if anything is to happen, you will hear that alarm. The emergency exits are up towards the back of the hall or towards the front of the hall here. They will all lead outside to an assembly point, which we'll ask you to please be remaining at. And there is also no load shedding anticipated. Minister, did you speak to Minister Ramakgopa and found out? No? Just to make sure. Okay. No load shedding anticipated, but if there is a power surge or power cut of any kind, believe it or not, we do have generators that will kick in after about 2 minutes or so. So the show will go on no matter what. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our next speaker, the purpose of the Indaba this year, and why we're sitting here. This is a man who's held many positions, and a man who, just like me, you didn't know I did accounting in university. Now I speak for a living. This is a man who was an advocate for mines and unions, and today sits as the acting chief ombud of Csos. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Lisiba Sishoka.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm under strict instruction from my staff that I have been requested to lead for a couple of months, to say that as I walk onto the stage, I must try as much as possible to walk like a chief ombud. Now, I don't know how a chief ombud is supposed to walk, but I've been looking at the chair, I've been looking at Ms. Milani, and I thought maybe that is the walk. But I don't know if Mapetla is here, because she should have walked here first, because she acted before me. I would have seen how it is done. But ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor for me, and this brings a moment of reflection to stand before you today as we open this third annual Community Schemes Ombud Service in Indaba, right here at the canvas, where our first journey in August 2023 started. And I think you all know that our first Indaba did take place exactly here 3 years ago, so it's a perfect time to actually take stock. So it feels really like a full cycle, a return to the roots of our shared mission, and perhaps even a moment of closure for the first chapter of our Indaba legacy. The energy here is familiar, but the stakes are higher. And as I look around this room today, I see not just delegates, but decision makers, visionaries, and custodians of community living. To the Honorable Minister of Human Settlements, the Deputy Minister in absentia, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Csos Board of Directors seated here, my colleagues, the CEO of different entities, members of the STSMA Council, officials from the Department of Human Settlements, and any other government department and our sister entities that are here today, the Csos Executive Committee, the Management Committee, as well as our employees, our valued stakeholders and partners. Your presence here today is not just appreciated, but it is essential. You are the threads that hold us together, or hold the sector together, and to all our guests, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, we hold these Indabas as a response to Section 42B of the Csos Act, which outlines a mandate to provide education, information, documentation, and such services as may be required to raise awareness to owners, to occupiers, to executive committees, and to all other persons or entities who have rights and obligations in community schemes. When we launched the inaugural Indaba, our theme was, in 2023, it was governance and regulation shaping the future of community schemes. we sought to showcase the practical implementation of the Csos mandate, to demystify our operations and to engage stakeholders across the property triangle, from developers, managing agents, to policymakers and residents. It was a bold beginning, filled with energy, debate, and vision. Last year, we built on that foundation with the theme, promoting well-governed, empowered, and transformed community schemes. We focused on inclusivity, transformation, and the empowerment of scheme participants. We acknowledged the need for equity, transparency, and sustainable development. And I do think that, ladies and gentlemen, you remember the backlash that we had in our first Indaba. The media, whoever is here, remember how hard you hit us back when we said that we want to transform the community scheme sector to ensure that people who participate in the economy of the schemes are allowed to diversify, to have people of all races to participate in the provision of guardian services, legal services, auditing services, and so on. And I think we have moved beyond that as I speak today to an environment where now our transformation initiatives are moving forward quite boldly. And now in 2025, we arrived at a theme that demands more than a policy process. It demands shared responsibility. And our theme this year is sustainable governance, shared responsibility as the cornerstone of community schemes. This is not just a theme, it's a call to action, precisely because communal living within a community schemes triggered conceptually a tripartite relationship between the parties. That is an owner's rights of ownership to the sectional unit or residential unit, collective ownership of the common property, and an owner's right to participate in the management of the community scheme's governance. We are here today, ladies and gentlemen, because we know that well-run community schemes are not a luxury, they are a necessity. They are the difference between harmony and hostility, between resolution and dispute, between thriving communities and fractured ones. And I think this goes to the heart of what the Minister of Human Settlement had said just now, to say that as the Csos, we must not be afraid to communicate the weaknesses and not to be defensive, to acknowledge where we are not doing well, and to accept that at the heart of the challenges we face today is the issue of us being unable to resolve timelessly the disputes that are there within community schemes. That is something that we should not run away from, because we say, as our theme, we say that we are providing efficient, reliable justice. And we know that in terms of justice, justice delayed is justice denied. Let me be candid. Csos is not immune to this kind of challenges, colleagues. We acknowledge the backlog in this dispute resolution, and we recognize the frustration of scheme participants who feel unheard or unsupported. And we take responsibility for improving our systems, our responsiveness, and our reach. We do have 10 offices in total, 3 regional offices and 7 satellite offices. And if you go to our social media platforms, they are actually a testimony of the challenges that we are facing with, which we are grappling with, and which we are trying to resolve. But we also know that governance is not the sole responsibility of us as the Csos. It is a shared endeavor. Scheme executives, managing agents, developers, and residents. Each of us had a role to play in building resilient compliant, and inclusive community schemes. This Indaba, ladies and gentlemen, is not a conference. It is a platform for collaboration, for reflection, and for commitment. Over the next 2 days, we will unpack practice directives, explore financial sustainability, interrogate dispute resolution mechanisms, and examine the role of technology in transforming scheme management. And I know that as I make mention of practice directives, ladies and gentlemen, Arabile, I know that quite often when you deal with these issues on television, these issues are often reduced to cultural disputes, where someone in a scheme wants to slaughter a cow because the ancestors are demanding that a cow be slaughtered. And I think it's because it looks quite interesting that it's about slaughtering a cow. But the challenges that we are dealing with in community schemes are far more bigger than that. We've got quite a lot of disputes that we are dealing with that are actually financial disputes that have got to do with levies, that the levies have gone high, I can no longer afford living here, and then my property is being sold, and so on. So they are far bigger than that. We will hear from experts, practitioners, and policymakers, and will engage in plenary sessions, breakaway discussions, and networking forums. We will do so with one goal in mind, ladies and gentlemen, to reduce complaints by improving governance, not through enforcement alone, but through education, training, empowerment, and shared accountability. Let us remember, every complaint that we resolve is a symptom addressed, but every scheme we strengthen is a root cause removed. That is the power of proactive governance and shared responsibility. As we begin this Indaba, I urge you to participate fully, to challenge assumptions, and to share your insights. We also want to acknowledge to all our exhibitors, and we invite all the participants to visit the exhibition space and interact with all the displayed services. I invite you all to our help desk, ladies and gentlemen, at the back that will assist you to check your scheme compliance, your registration, your rules, your payment of levies, as well as progress on the dispute application. We also have our Csos Connect help desk here to take you through systems and any inquiries you might have. Ladies and gentlemen, on the Csos Connect, we now have all modules working. You can now register your scheme. You can change and update your information. You can pay your levies. You can lodge a dispute online from the comfort of your home, and more importantly, to receive the automated response. Together, we can build community schemes that are not only compliant, but compassionate. We can build schemes that are not only regulated, but respected. We can build schemes that are only governed, but truly shared. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and let the Indaba begin. Now I'm going to try and walk like a chief wombat down there. Thank you so much.
I was hoping that the team up there would actually play the song for you, the acting chief wombat. I was hoping that they'd play the song because, you know, na ile walk. Huh? Come on. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it, Acting Chief Wombat there, Lisiba Sishoka. Look, and I don't think the message comes any clearer in how significant and important this is. It may just be the third, but it's the significant growth from here, right? Because it's helped develop, it's helped regulate the space. How we continue to see our shared living spaces actually needs to alter. It was literally around 2 months ago that somebody who I knew very, very well, I had lived close to them. They were a neighbor when my mother and I lived back in Vosloorus. And then they moved in about 1993. And then we moved in 1995. And it just so happened that we moved to the exact same complex. And none of us actually knew this at the time, but eventually we got to know this, and so as a family we got very, very close. And the father in that family, Ubabjo, unfortunately passed away a little earlier on this year. Now, Ubabjo's family from Vosloorus, from far and wide, also come through to the complex, of course. And now the family is just saying, Mo, tshwantse go tswe pudi mo. So a goat needs to be slaughtered here somewhere. And it needs to be in the house, in the backyard. We're living in a complex of 72 houses in which people are just wondering, how in the world is this going to work? And I kid you not, we did it. We went to everybody well, not everybody, but everybody in and around. We spoke to the trustees, and they were just like, no, it's okay, no problem. And of course, then a few weeks later, I then get to speak to Csos and realize that now it's become okay to do it. Of course, with an SPCA representative being in and around you as well. So the significance and importance of that was just profound, because it's the understanding of traditions and laws and ensuring that everybody around you is comfortable too with that, because it is a shared living space. So all cultures, all creeds need to be understood. Not just ourselves either as Africans. Everybody. Right? So we have quite a few, and I say we, this is the complex my mother lives in, not the one I live in. That one is a different story altogether. And we'll get to that one. But the one in which my mother lives in, just outside, during Eid, especially on the last day, Muslims gather and they have their prayer. And I kid you not, it fills up this empty piece of grass that's there. And now you're waking up at like 5, 6 in the morning. And you have to realize that you still live in that shared space. And it's that notice, that notification, that understanding of different cultures, different religions, different creeds that make that conversation so much better. So that's what this is all about. And I want to thank all of you for being a part of that, for trying to understand it as much as possible, because even being a trustee is a thankless job. I cannot even begin to imagine how anybody is able to get it right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about practice directives in the next session. And this is where I'm going to then ask Mr. Mervyn Dorasamy, who is the KZN Regional Ombudsman, to join me then on stage. And he will then be able to hopefully introduce his panel. And I think this discussion is also going to be one that hopefully will share a whole lot more. And so we're going to try and unpack these practice directives for the next couple of minutes. Mr. Dorasamy, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
promise I'm not going to interview you this time. So
That's quite okay.
promise no TV fights.
You'll catch me during the
Great
break.
stuff. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Thank you. And good morning. The panel joining me this morning is the acting CFO of Csos, Masa Shlongwana. An attorney and specialist in this field, Dylan Ershok. And Senior Manager, Governance, Compliance and Enforcement at Csos, Nokwanda Moloefe. Good morning, Honorable Minister, members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, Chair and members of the Csos Board, Acting Chief Ombudsman, distinguished guests, DDG, good morning. The topic of our panel discussion is unpacking of the Csos practice directives. During this panel discussion, we will aim to present aspects of the practice directive itself, meaning the contents, some specific practice directives which we will unpack for you, as well as engage with the audience generally on the practice directives. The CSOS practice directives took effect on the 18th of July 2025, and these practice directives, copies of which I have here, some 218 pages, is free and available. I'm so glad that we could unpack the practice directives early enough in the program, because it forms the subject matter of much of our deliberations over the next 2 days. By way of background and the basis for our discussion, Csos consolidated all of its fragmented and past practice directives now into one document. Here, these copies are free and available. The practice directives contain almost all of the past practice directives, but there are also many key and new aspects which we've introduced as practice. We've done a number of webinars on unpacking of the practice directives and will continue to do so during our training and our awareness sessions. There is a legislative review process underway, a program where we think about the amendments that we want to introduce, not just CSOS, but also our stakeholders. We'll engage with you at every given point up and until the legislation is passed. And once that is done, we will then think about a more final product of the practice directives, one which we could have in booklet form perhaps for each of you. Now, in respect of dispute resolution itself, we found that the program director and the acting chief ombud made reference to slaughtering. I don't know if they gave you the answer to whether you could slaughter or not. They spoke about the dilemma and the challenges. You will find the answer on page 97 of the practice directives, and these copies are free and available. In respect of the practice directives for dispute resolution, I want to highlight some of the key and salient practice directives that we've introduced. We now make reference to how you can lodge your disputes on the automated platform of Csos Connect, how it is possible for you to reach settlement of a dispute even before conciliation, how you could claim for your arrear levies or the increased levies at the time the adjudication order is made, even when you had applied for an order for a lower amount. For example, if the body corporate wants to pursue the defaulting unit owner for 10,000 Rand at the time of lodgement, they must mention that they would want an order for anything that it increases by the time the order is made. And by the time the order is made, if the current outstanding bill is 18,000, you can get an order for 18,000 even if you applied for 10,000. Why has Csos done this? Because we recognize the need for body corporates and schemes to receive income, to sustain itself. And we don't want to be part of the difficulties and challenges that schemes are facing. And hence, that goes to one of the themes that we're talking about during the course of this next 2 days, and that is sustainable living. We want to also ensure that condonation is brought to the attention of both parties, so that we give both parties the opportunity now to respond to the condonation application, which means that before we open the door to the full process of dispute resolution, both parties will now have an opportunity to engage with us on condonation for certain of the matters. And then, of course, schemes can apply for an order, or even stakeholders or unit owners living in complexes and in estates can apply for adjudication orders for the removal of an executive managing agent, as well as an order that the scheme is non-compliant in respect of undesirable rules. Those are some of the new provisions that we've introduced. And now we come to the panel. Once again, I remind the audience, these copies are free and available. And I see that it's still sitting here. Nobody wants it. You can save 200 Rand. Yes, it's free and available. You can save your printing costs. You can give somebody who else. That's great. Thank you very much. Over to our panel. The first question deals with the finance-related aspects or practice directives, and it's posed to Masa, our acting CFO at Csos. Masa, what is the obligation for schemes to lodge annual returns and pay Csos levies? In other words, why have we put it in the practice directives, and what are the noteworthy practice directives relating to annual returns and Csos levies?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Dorasami. I must say that it's a commendable job that the Csos has done to consolidate the practice directives, and this comes from my short stint as a trustee in one of the community schemes that I used to stay in, which was very difficult for me to navigate in terms of the compliance to the to the Csos and governance in the community scheme. So I must really commend Csos for that. Now, the obligations, in terms of the practice directive for the schemes to register emanates from the Csos Act and our Section 11.1 that specifies that every scheme must register with Csos, right? So it arises from that. But further than that, if you look at our Regulation 2 and 3, talks about the submission or the lodgement of the annual returns. And this is one of the most critical compliance matter that we are struggling with at Csos. But what this practice directive has done has actually even clarifies the timelines of the submission and the lodgement of these annual returns. Now, when it comes to the payment of Csos levies, it also comes from the Csos Act that requires that every community scheme must pay to the Csos levies as regulated by the Csos Act. There are actually quite a number of noteworthy coming from these practice directives in terms of the annual returns, which clarifies in terms of the confusion that we saw in terms of the submission and the timelines of these annual returns. And this is a very important document because it speaks to the submission of your annual financial statements, the submission of other necessary documents that you need to. But most importantly, is also the registration of the schemes to the Csos, and we still see that there's quite a number of schemes that have not registered with Csos, that we urge them to come forward and register. We've actually even made it much more easier, and I think later you will hear about our Csos Connect that makes it even much more easier for the schemes to register with Csos. Thanks.
Thank you, Masa. Now, Kwanda, over to you. One of the chapters in the practice directive is compliance and enforcement. And there has been this issue about the enforcement powers of Csos. Why has it been determined that Csos can now enforce or intervene in scheme compliance in a measured way without first applying any punitive methods against the scheme?
Thanks, Mervyn, and good morning, everyone. As Csos, we've decided to have a responsive-based regulation, and I think it's really important to understand the need for awareness. You can't hear me? Better? I must continue. All right. Thank you. So we've gone for the responsive approach, and this really includes educating our stakeholders. One of the pillars of our mandate is education in terms of Section 4. And I think what we've seen is that there's not sufficient awareness on compliance. And I think the best way to achieve it is to make sure that we educate our stakeholders, taking into consideration that the trustees and people living in schemes may possibly not have the time to go through the act. And so we then have an educative approach, but also we support our schemes. One of the things that our CEIs, and these are our compliance officers, what they do is they engage with the schemes, they see where are they with compliance, they assist them with creating compliance plans. And when you have these compliance plans, we then say to you, you've got to register your scheme. After registering your scheme, you've got to have the governance documents. What are these governance documents? It's your rules, it's your AFS, and so forth. And then we assist them even when they're drafting the rules and submitting them to us. We then want to say to you, let's assist you to make sure that you've got the rules that we need. And in addition to that, where we're obviously seeing that there's not sufficient compliance or there's no response to the educative aspect, we then say, look, you're not complying, let's issue now a non-compliance notice. And where there's persistence in non-compliance, we then say, refer you to legal. So, I mean, these are some of the approaches that we want to use. We want to make sure that we inform our stakeholders. And I think the most important thing for us as a regulator is to establish relationships with our stakeholders. So as we engage, as we educate them, we have the relationships, and that's definitely going to foster compliance, and it's going to increase compliance. And what we want to also achieve is to have voluntary compliance. We don't want malicious compliance, and I think an informed stakeholder is going to comply in a manner which is substantive, and in a manner which is meaningful to the scheme. And also just bearing in mind that compliance is not a once-off thing. So every financial year, or every year, you've got to be doing something. When the rules are being amended, are you following the correct procedures? And continuous education and information raising is what is going to lead then to us having properly compliant schemes and consistent schemes, and trustees knowing that they can come through to the CSOS and say, assist us then with compliance. And that's why we've decided that as a regulator. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan, over to you as a specialist practitioner in this field of law and in the community scheme sector. What is your perspective, and generally what is the view of stakeholders in your experience on the new CSOS practice directives?
Thank you, Mervyn. So I think the initial view, getting a 200 document page, is probably shock and awe. How are we going to get through it? But I think the moment one starts to unpack exactly what they want, or what CSOS wants to portray in the practice directive, you'll see, a lot of effort was put in to make it plain and simple, easily understandable for the general public, which is ultimately the purpose and the intended audience that we're trying to reach with the practice directive. So I think, after starting to deal with the directive and realizing, well, it's not 200 pages of new stuff. A lot of those things we've seen in previous directives, it's more a bit of an amalgamation. I think there's a lot of comfort from it, and also a lot of helpful annexures. I mean, the introduction of the process flows, or the how-to guides, as I would like to phrase them, that helps the general public understand, how to comply with what CSOS expects of us. And then another welcome introduction as well is the Code of Conduct for the adjudicators and the conciliators, which clearly shows that CSOS also sets a standard for how it expects its staff contingent to actually address dispute resolution.
Thank you very much. It's good to know that stakeholders have received it, but we certainly welcome any critical comments or issues about it, and not everyone is going to agree on the provisions of the practice directives. When we received public comments, we had a great variety of public comments coming before we could finalize them. But you would have members of the stakeholders or the sector say one thing, but another member of the sector say something contrary to that. So we see the differences out there as well, but it's important for us as a regulator to understand that. But as we move towards legislative amendments, perhaps we could get common ground on what the need is. And we've seen the gaps over the years. But thank you very much. Over to Masa for the next question. Masa, could you tell us what is the revision of the practice directive that enables the proper lodgement of annual returns and removes the gaps that existed in the past, or the uncertainties about annual returns, payment of CSOS levies, etc.?
Yeah, Yeah, thanks. When we did our assessment, as far as the different practice directives that we had, we noticed that there was a bit of an uncertainty in terms of the submission of the annual returns and what that actually entails. So in these new consolidated practice directives, we've provided that clarity. But further than that, we've also provided clarity in terms of the different types of the schemes in terms of the submission of their audited annual financial statements, which we'll hear about more later. But the most critical part that we also revised on is the issue of the reference number on the payment of Csos levy. We have seen community schemes paying Csos levies, but using an incorrect reference number. So what we did on the revised practice directive is also to clarify that point of the reference number, but also to issue out our statements which contains the correct reference numbers that the community schemes must use so that we're able to allocate their payments, into our system, because that will result into an unfair, non-compliance because the payment has been made, but because of the incorrect reference number, we are not able to allocate that payment. So that's one of the things that we did. But also the timelines. There was a confusion even in terms of when these different kinds of schemes need to submit their annual returns. We clarified that. If you look at page 153, you will see that clarity into different kinds of the schemes. Thanks.
Thank you, Masa. Nokwanda, the next question for you. Csos has introduced a project called the VNV project, which is the validation and verification of schemes, which is akin to a national census of our universe and of schemes generally. How does this project tie in with the scheme's obligation to ensure good governance?
Thank you. I think the most important thing about the VNV project is that it's going to assist us to be able to identify the number of schemes. And the beautiful thing about the project is that it's an interactive project. We're requesting for information. In certain instances, we're talking to trustees, we're chatting to managing agents, and as we're requesting these documents, I think it's then going to prompt members of schemes to say, look,
Program Director. Tech support, please.
Is it better now? Better. All right. Thank you. So with the VNV project, what we want to achieve as Csos firstly is to establish the number of schemes that we have. And as I indicated, that because there's a lot of interaction either with the trustees or the members of the schemes and the managing agents, when we interact and say we're looking for your registration form, we're looking for your rules, somebody can then be prompted that our scheme is not compliant. And I think one of the things we're seeing is that you'd probably have one member of the scheme who knows that there's compliance requirements, but then the trustees or anybody else is not complying. So when there's this interaction now saying the regulator of the schemes wants to see that you're compliant, then that's going to prompt compliance, but then also it's also going to prompt good governance, and that's where the accountability aspect comes in. I think it's really important that when schemes are now engaging with Csos directly or with the service providers saying, oh, but your scheme is supposed to have this document or they don't have this document, you can then hold them accountable and say, but we were approached by Csos, or we are approached by the service director, service provider, and we've noticed that our scheme is non-compliant. And I think the beauty of this project is, whilst it's going to assist us to establish the number of schemes, but we're going to see how many schemes are unregistered, then we as an institution must now initiate the process of reaching those schemes. How do we reach them? How do we ensure that they register? And how do we ensure that they comply? And the benefit, which Masa I think will appreciate, is that we're then going to have schemes submitting levies or paying the levies, and it's going to be billable. So where we're at right now, we're saying how many schemes do we have, are they registered, let's increase awareness and let's increase compliance. And then compliance obviously not just limited to the rules, but then compliance with paying the levies. And I think it's really important that where there's that engagement and members of the schemes themselves can take ownership, I think that's the most important thing. If we are saying to you, your scheme is not registered, as a member of the scheme, I must take ownership and not only leave it to the trustees and the management. And I think it's going to assist us like that.
That's key and very important. So members of the scheme themselves should really take responsibility and come forward and do something about it. Thank you for that. Dylan, over to you. Now, in the practice directives, as in the past, we've had undesirable rules. And in essence, that's self-explanatory. It means don't have these rules or comply with the conditions related to the undesirable rules. How have you seen the application of undesirable rules, and how do schemes apply it or avoid it?
Yeah, so I think, the starting point of unpacking undesirable rules is exploring CSOS's function. So when one looks for bodies corporate, we know if you want to deviate from the prescribed conduct or management rules, obviously a quality assurance mechanism needs to be undertaken, which is CSOS's quality assurance, and then the Chief Ombudsman would then now issue a Section 10 certificate. Similarly, when we look at CSOS's general functions, it also includes this quality assurance. So I think, CSOS was trying to bridge the gap with undesirable rules, indicating, in a proactive way that, listen, we've seen other schemes try and register these rules. We've seen case law saying you cannot do it. We've seen, rules trying to prohibit religious slaughtering of animals. We've seen rules containing conditions pertaining to termination of water and electricity without a court order. So I think, most importantly, again, the document needs to be public friendly, and I think that's the reason for the inclusion of these undesirable rules is when Joe Public comes out and, they wish to amend the rules without the involvement of an expert, or, they sit together and they try and work around, it is a good way to see the undesirable rules. So yeah, no, it's definitely, something that's proactive. I think there's a lot of opinions out there pertaining to the undesirable rules and, whether we as a community scheme agree with it or not. But I don't think that is a debate at this stage. So yeah.
You make reference, Dylan, to the issue of submission of rules for quality assurance and approval by CSOS. Now, we know there's been a gray area of practice and operation in terms of HOAs, and whether they fall within our regulation or not. CSOS is quite clear about that. They do fall within our regulation, and we do want them on board. And perhaps when we do have legislative amendments, we're going to think about a more permanent settlement of that gray issue. But currently, they can volunteer their rules to CSOS. They don't need to, these HOAs. But how would you encourage, and why would you encourage HOAs to submit their rules to CSOS? Register, of course, but also submit their rules and scheme governance documentation to CSOS.
Yeah, so I think once again it comes down to bridging the gap. From a non-profit company HOA perspective, yes, we've got the Companies Act, but the Companies Act doesn't speak to behavioral issues of living into a community scheme. Then we've got common law HOAs in the same sense. As jurists, we love to talk about common law, and it's just out there. It's many years of attorneys fighting and arguing things out, and judges just creating this, and saying this is the common law, this is how it is. And this pertains to, HOAs don't really have HOA specific legislation. Yes, we've got the Companies Act, but from a common law perspective, there may be this need for us to have common law HOA community scheme specific legislation. And we can take inspiration from the Share Block Control Act and share blocks. The Share Block Control Act is there to regulate that type of community scheme, and it still says the provisions pertaining to the Companies Act, insofar as it's not in breach of this particular piece of legislation, applies. And I think that is where CSOS's role fits in nicely with the voluntary submission. It comes down to, at this stage, we don't really have a lot of regulation. We're trying to bridge this gap. We're looking towards legislative amendments, and until we get there, we need to assist, and we need to have a role player that actually looks at quality assurance and ensures that community schemes actually apply what is reasonable and what is lawful.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. Audience, if you could give them a round of applause. Thank you, Program Director. We could take a round of questions, perhaps, from the audience.
Hi, my name is Christel. I'm from Hartbeespoort-Dam, and we live in a very small estate. My question is, we are busy with the adjudication process at this moment, and it's only for access to information. What I want to find out is how are we going to force these previous directors that were voted out in January to give us the access to bank statements and give us access to the invoices if the adjudication process is in our favor. Because we've been struggling for almost more than a year now to get that information. What is Csos going to do to help us in a case like that?
Thank you very much. I'll address that to some degree and we'll leave it to the panel as well, Dylan. So you have the opportunity to apply for a dispute resolution for access to information. And so currently the grounds are set out in section 39. It's the reasons why you can come to Csos, and you can apply for access again for the information itself through the dispute resolution process. But many people also forget that Csos is not only about dispute resolution. We also have scheme governance, a division and unit and members that deal with it. And you can apply for access to the information there from the individuals who keep them. And of course we know why they keep them, and it's wrong for them to hold back from it. So you have the opportunity of applying through the Csos process for access to information, as well as through the governance process. Dylan, any suggestions there?
Technology never wants to work in the best of times. So you also referenced the possibility of already having a Csos order. Then you need to make it an enforcement order, take it to court, make it a high court order or magistrate's court order, and pursue contempt of court. If it's a court order and you're not complying with it, it's as simple as that. It's contempt of court, and go and hold those previous directors liable.
Thank you. And Nokwanda, in respect of access to information through the governance process?
Definitely. I think you can obviously reach out to us as the scheme. The most important thing is that when the schemes comply or when they register with us, they've got to provide to us their annual financial statements. And that's one of the things that you can then reach out to us as the Csos and say, this is the name of our HOA, please can you check whether they've submitted that to us? Because if they haven't, we can also reach out to them and say, you are supposed to have submitted this, we don't have it, please send it through to us. So please do come and chat to us and we can then assist you with accessing that information.
Thank you very much. And of course, we invite all members of the audience and those present here today to engage with the Csos staff. We have a great deal of managers who are present, as well as our help desk out there. And we are exactly here for that reason, not just to simply present from the stage, but to engage with you specifically on your unique issues. So please get our attention as well. Any further questions or comments?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hello?
My name-
Yes. I'm next. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Please, let me ask for forgiveness in advance in case what I'm going to ask is contained within the directives. I just want to find out if the SHIs, if the directives are speaking to social housing institutes, but if that is already contained in the directives, I haven't gone through them. And my second question is, do beneficiaries of HOAs have a voice through Csos?
Okay, thank you very much. Your question about SHIs as well as beneficiaries of HOAs. Now, of course, it's important for you to understand that Csos has a particular mandate in terms of which it operates, but we've been working very well and closely with SHRA in respect of social housing. There are a number of common elements that apply both in respect of the types of residences and housing complexes that SHRA has in terms of social housing. And we've been engaging with them in respect of how these the people who live in these housing units are able to share. There's aspects which are very similar to sectional housing living or estate living, such as meetings and pooling of your money together and making decisions. So we will continue that process. It's important for us to continue that collaboration. On the point of beneficiaries of HOAs, you know, I don't particularly understand, but these are unit owners who live in HOAs, and you're asking about the beneficiaries of HOAs. So if you could clear that up with us, and maybe perhaps talk to us about it and meet with me after this. Next question.
Okay, no, thanks very much. My name is Kopoto, but I wouldn't mention the estate I come from because I'm going to ask the question on a matter that is currently pendelite. My question firstly is, will CSO have jurisdiction over a scheme which is not registered? And what happens if, for example, a complainant file a complaint on a matter that the scheme is not registered? Will they actually dismiss the matter based on jurisdiction basis, or will they still proceed with the matter nevertheless? And then the second question will be the enforcement orders. I hear that when it comes to the enforcement, actually, as in like most other ombudsmen, their judgments are most basically recommendations. So my worry is that we are dealing with the estates that are well resourced and resourceful in a manner that they are using actually our fund. So if then CSO then is going to be issuing judgment that are of a recommendation nature, and then one has to take this to the court for it to get a court order, I think it is basically defeating the whole entire purpose of lodging the matter with the CSOS. And then the last question in short will be, does CSOS have also jurisdiction to adjudicate on the memorandum of incorporations that are held by this residential associations? Because the reason I'm asking this is because there's also the CIPC, which also deals with the memorandum of incorporations. So will it be then correct to refer those matters to the CIPC, or should one bring this matter to the CSOS? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for those questions, and we'll have the panel come in at any particular point. Your first question about whether we have any regulation or jurisdiction over unregistered schemes, and whether a person from an unregistered scheme could lodge a dispute with Csos, the answer is yes. We regulate unregistered schemes as well. So in other words, if the scheme is not registered, they can lodge disputes with us. We don't turn them away, but we encourage compliance at every given time. When we do get that dispute, it's information for us that we could take further in terms of registration and governance. And then in respect of the adjudication order, sir, you'll never find in an adjudication order the adjudicator say at the end, I recommend. He says, I order. And that is an order that is akin or as the status of a high court order, which means that it can be enforced. It's not a recommendation from a council or from another type of forum. You can take that document. It's worth the paper it's written on. You can take it to the registrar and the clerk of court, and they simply register the judgment without a court hearing. And you can then execute on it for whatever is required. Then in terms of MOIs, I'd like Dylan to deal with that, please.
Yeah, so the first thing that you need to understand is Csos does have a quality assurance mechanism. So Csos can go and have a look at the document. Ultimately, it depends on the type of dispute that you may have, but if it pertains to a community scheme issue, Csos is probably the better suited ombud to try and address this governance document issue. So yeah, Csos does have jurisdiction to address these types of things.
Thank you very much. We'll take two further questions, and Program Director, over to you thereafter.
Okay, so I've got 3 questions, and thank you for the platform to ask questions. The first question is, what is the plan of Csos in addressing the backlog? Because, I mean, it's more than 6 months we've been waiting for Csos to address our issues. And then the second question is, I know we cannot just switch off people's lights, water, And looking at the unemployment rate, you find that most people are really struggling to meet their financial obligations at the body corporates. So, and you find also that at the same time, because of that, probably the debtors book is now uncontrollable, and now even the body corporate can access attorneys. And when you go to CSOs, there's a backlog. So CSOs can help in us resolving the financial issues. So how else can CSOs help us if we can't afford attorneys and there's a huge backlog in them addressing us? And the last question is, in terms of, sorry, now my mind just went off. Okay, I'll just stop there. The other question just
I
went
think it's
off.
because I said 2 questions.
Thank you, though.
Thank you very much. Sure, in terms of the backlog, it is an issue. It has been emphasized here this morning. There are a number of projects that we've put in place. It occurred only because we had to change the way in which we procure our external adjudicators. The Auditor General required us to go through a tender process and not through a HR process. And from that point in time, we had to ensure that we onboard part-time adjudicators. We've ensured in dealing with the backlog that we move the arrear levy matters faster and quicker because they are important to schemes. So we've been allocating to our complement of part-time adjudicators, and they've been focusing on those as well. In respect of arrear levy matters, we encourage schemes to lodge disputes of arrear levies with Csos. The courts have already indicated that they have heavy roles and that they will deal with those matters when they become trial matters, really somewhere down the line, 2029 if that happens. So it is with Csos that you should lodge these disputes. What we're doing in respect of arrear levy matters, I mentioned that we could settle matters at the point of lodging the dispute, so that we know that the person who has not paid this levies has simply failed to pay. There's absolutely no reason under the law that we can accept. There's a statutory obligation for him to pay the arrear levies, and so we are engaging them directly about settlement of the disputes for arrear levy matters. And I also mentioned that you will also get an order for the increased amount when you have the adjudication order granted. And so, you know, you don't need to outlay expenses for legal representation for these types of matters when Csos could be dealing with it. And courts have indicated that you've got to come to Csos first as the forum of choice before you come to the courts, before you lodge those matters. Thank you very much. One final question.
Yeah, okay, thank you. On the issue of HOAs, it seems as if HOAs want to play both sides of the fence. Like the attorney has pointed out, that they start to rely on company law and memorandums and so forth. But when you go to the core essence of what the company has been structured for, it comes down to community living. And one has to look at that aspect as to how it then falls within the strict control of Csos. The second issue we find is that there seems to be a severe lack of education to the owners in schemes, you know, in terms of the importance of levies, the payment of levies and so forth. Many years ago, in order to qualify for a bank loan, some of the new bondholders had to go for a sort of education process before the bond has been finally approved. And obviously I find that maybe if Csos works in conjunction with banks as well that are granting bonds to ensure that community schemes are fully registered before you can buy into a scheme, and this compliance, it may also create that discipline in the entire market. And then the last thing you find, the history of community schemes were based for exclusionary first. Along the way, it has become inclusionary. So rules were put in place to exclude, rules were put in place to force down and so forth. Like the animal slaughter, now we find, yes, you can slaughter, but you need to have the SPCA present. Now, can you imagine the population that we have? And if you just take the area of Fourways, if you've got so many people wanting to slaughter in one day, you won't get the SPCA. But yet you can go to the market down the road and have your chicken slaughtered without the SPCA being there. So there sometimes lies that grey area, and it gives then the trustees the mandate to sort of frustrate a process, so to speak.
Thank you for those comments. They're helpful. They represent a view on a number of those issues. In respect of the banking issue, Csos has engaged with BASA on a number of points and issues. We're continuing the collaboration with the Banking Association of South Africa. And of course, in respect of HOAs and training, I'll ask Nokwanda to take this, and then we'll close. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Insofar as training is concerned, as the CSOS, we do have a training unit, and we also have our CEIs actually traveling to the schemes. We are aware sometimes that because people living in schemes are working, they may not be able to attend trainings that are conducted during the day. So on weekends, we do have some of our CEIs going through for training. So if you do want the training, do request the training. We also make use of webinars to have our training. So literally just if you can file a request for training, and we can then reach out and provide that necessary training, and our training is free of charge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Program Director.
All right, I know you've still got a few more questions coming through from the floor, but to all of you, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. I know our panelists are still here, so if you'd like to still ask them questions, please do join them outside. In fact, we're about to have tea and networking, so please do engage on these conversations. It's not just that they need to be had only here, and that doesn't mean they shouldn't be here, but not only here. Let's have these conversations as well outside, especially with all those that have been part of our panel. To all of you, thank you so, so much. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. And I certainly hope that that was helpful. And one listens to the Q&As and you begin to understand the heart of the issues that are at play here. And I certainly hope that those then get taken into cognizance. I know Csos says, look, this is the third Indaba. They've been around for 10 years next year. And it's that consistent growth. Complexes and estates and HOAs have been around much longer than that. So the gripes, the grimes, the issues, the concerns have all been there. I just know that even for a few people, whether it be myself or others that I know, they didn't know that they were paying a Csos levy in their levy statements. And now it is that massive learning engagement that they're getting to be a part of. So this is that robust engagement forum that is needed in order to build and create the kind of space that we're looking for when it comes to our shared communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take some time now to get a bit of relaxation. I know you've had some hard-hitting conversations, a few jokes that maybe didn't land from me or maybe other people as well, some riveting stories. Could I please ask, it is now 11:10. We're going to have tea and coffee. If at 11:30 you could please rejoin us here inside the hall, and we'll continue with the next session. Thank you so, so much. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
sikana isililo ay iyokhala nini ngecilo uzozixolela zonke lezono ngoba sihlala kunzima kunjani ngomso moyo awe ingemethi sikabi namandla nihle lo satani athukutela njengethele sicela ijabule ngabe nomnithuleli nginde thako lakho lushane ngilele mthini ithuktele kanti lobo mibushintshanini ixhelele bathi umdala ukhona uzonibona ndingelukusolana ndizokuthwala ndize ndifike ndinekhalisa ndlela yinde ndabamsize ngenonwabe nam into zendifike emazulwini umndeni uyiqhenyanga tula nana tula tula nana tula tula makhaya dingisikhathi imali tula nana tula tula nana tula makali ibe dingisikhathi oyo dingisikhathi maye sangoka walambana semnyamuda asabona ngathi kubaliwe mulani madona unangize ngicele msamo nikelo komzimba wetempela ngeke magono ayangeke kulunge ayangeke ngiphume mama asabona ngathi kubaliwe mulani madona unangize ngicele msamo nikelo komzimba wetempela ngeke magono Hello,
Okay, skills ungasagundi-ke baba. Hayi wenza udo, hey.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and valued partners, welcome to the 3rd annual Csos Indaba, a premier platform dedicated to advancing sustainable governance in our community schemes. This year, we gather under the theme Sustainable Governance, Shared Responsibility as the cornerstone of community schemes, emphasizing the vital role of collaborative leadership and collective accountability in fostering resilient and prosperous communities. Effective governance grounded in shared responsibility is the key to unlocking sustainable growth and social cohesion. It is through our unified efforts that we can build enduring, inclusive, and empowered communities. Today, let us reflect on best practices, explore innovative solutions, and renew our commitment to responsible stewardship for the present and for future generations. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to this important convening. Together, let us shape a future rooted in sustainable governance and shared responsibility.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a good after morning still to you all. See what happens with time though. If we don't come back in time, it shortens our next lunch break because people still need to deliver. So unfortunately, if we don't get back in time, because we're now 15 minutes over. So I'm just gonna ask if we please, for our breaks, just return on time so that we're able to still have everything run orderly as well for the next few sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to just get on to starting with our next segment because it's very important that we do so. Otherwise, we won't get through the day and we keep you here longer and then there's massive problems. Also, it helps us for the next moment because we have a raffle to hand out and we have a prize to hand out. So anybody that's not here doesn't get to win it anyway. And hopefully you'll all be listening. Guys, let's quieten down, let's quieten down, let's quieten down. One conference. Pretty please. All right, guys, I also saw a few of you actually engaging with the help desk that was outside. So I want to say thank you to all of you, and I appreciate that because it's actually very important. It's a clear sign of things that you could understand from them. They deal with a lot of issues that you may need to understand. There's also Csos Connect, and that's just across the room, closer to the entrance actually as well. And the reason for that is because a lot of Csos has gone digital. And so if you'd like to whether check if your own HOA or complex or anything of the sort has actually been able to register payment up to date with regards to levies, etc., you can actually find that out as well here. So please do that. Csos Connect is just across the room for us to be able to do that. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be able to ask you a quick question now. We do have a prize that we're giving out for this one, and I will then be able to get you that prize. Hopefully you were listening in our previous session, and that will offer you the right answer for this one. So everyone ready for the question? Yes. Ready? Cool. All right. So the question is, and I'm going to just pick a hand at random. The question is, why were the policy directives integrated and put into one? Ooh, I see one quick question, quick hand right over here. Sir, your answer? Consolidation of all the previous rules into one and to make them simpler, audible, readable. I can guarantee, no wonder you agree, right? She's already clapping. That's an answer correct. Well done. Sir, what is your name? Craig. Craig, congratulations. Thank you so much. Please do see me after this session and we'll give you that prize. See, that's simple. Now, just before lunch, we're going to do it again. Everyone ready? Are you sure you're listening to the next session? Okay. You better be, because that's where the question is going to come from. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce our next session. Is going to be from Francois Skuman, who's the CEO of IP Property Services. This session is called Who Guards the Guardians in Schemes? It's a research study. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Francois Skuman.
Good morning. Firstly, I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here today, and I want to thank all the colleagues and professional individuals that are in front of us. So a couple of transparency matters that I just want to bring to your attention is that, firstly, I'm not a professional speaker, but I am passionate about the topic. Secondly, I'm a very transparent person, so when the regional ombudsman for Gauteng noticed myself, he said, oh boy, here it comes, because I will be hitting straight to the point. I like to deal with matters as they are and then delve into them in as much detail as possible. So I'm a fact-driven person. So what you will be seeing on the screen is factual research done through a university in Europe, in Cardiff University. It was a master's study, and I'll take you through the detail of it, and it is actually quite shocking. I'm not here to bring good news, unfortunately, but I do have a solution for it. Now, the topic is building resilient boards and driving sustainable compliance. which is something that we should all be striving for. Now, why would someone come to Csos and ask how to guard the guardians and schemes if that's probably the primary problem we all have? We all like to actually fight with either the board or the leadership, the management, the managing agent. They seem to be the problem. They seem to be the genesis of Csos. If they were all adequate, we would have probably never gotten to this point where we need Csos. So what is this role? What would happen if I put each one of you in charge of a community association? Now, I have, for my privilege and sins, consulted to more than 60 developments, from Val de Vie, Dainford, Zimbali Estate, commercial properties, Longmeadow, Meadowview, Lordsview Trust, Investec as a real estate investment trust, Equitas. I've seen what happens in the boardroom. I know what happens when this once famous developer becomes the arch enemy as soon as he leaves, and what he leaves in his wake. Now, what makes a board successful? Is it a 10-year maintenance plan that's fully funded? Or is it a community that has regular events where they can socialize and live in harmony? And can we achieve both? And then the background from the research is that in consulting to commercial boards, they seem to function quite simply. I hold the record for holding a AGM for Greater Modderfontein Association, which has got 17 HOAs and 12 body corporates in it. We held the AGM in 7 minutes flat. So, why is that? Because we were dealing only with key governance issues. We had non-executive directors that were completely competent in every role that they had to fulfill. But you don't see that every day, unfortunately. So why does competency matter? Because we all know that if you do not train for the Two Oceans Comrades, even if they cancel it, you won't be able to make it. You can dress like a golfer, but eventually on hole 2 or 3, you start borrowing some golf balls from your mate because you simply aren't competent in what you're trying to portray. And the same takes place in these homeowners associations or body corporates or any community scheme for that matter. Eventually, competence starts to show. Now, to understand this, the challenges that a board faces versus the support and their competencies was what led me into doing this research as a master's. I'm not sure if everyone knows what irregular warfare means. You used to have warfare where two sides decide to meet each other in a nice open field or valley. We declare our hatred for each other. We both have our chosen weapon, and we fight. Then became guerrilla warfare, where we make an insurgent's attempt and we run away. We have a sniper that sits in the tree and he aims at you and fires at you without you know that it's coming. We are now living in an era of irregular warfare, where misinformation is probably the greatest threat to any board and any management team in any organization. We see it in the commercial world, and we're also starting to see it proliferate in community associations. We see it when a board is fully intent of doing something well, and they are completely hamstrung by either a small group of their members, or the board is actually hiding information from those very members that they are supposed to represent. Other risks is informational fog. There's just so much information out there, we don't know what's true anymore. We don't know when ChatGPT did something or when it's actual law. And I'm sure you are aware that ChatGPT has recently been found out to actually be citing legislation that doesn't exist. And an advocate was actually caught in court citing legislation that never took place. I want to touch on legal theater, which is another risk that people don't know that boards face. Imagine I appoint you to a board as a trustee or a director. I go to the local South African Police Services station. I open a case for defamation. I also say that you are threatening me and that I'm afraid of you. The police is forced in terms of legislation to grant me an interim protective order, and you will be issued with a notice to show cause that that is not the fact. I will receive a case number, I will go to the local newspaper, and I will have an article written of you who are some esteemed individual or the chairman of a board, and nothing ever happened. Are you ready to actually deal with those issues? Are you competent? And is the average board member competent? The subject of the research study that was conducted in 2022, 2023 was the effect of board composition on good governance and institutional competencies within organized community associations. Now, anything academic is boring, so I'll try and keep you engaged. Like I said, I'm not a professional speaker, so bear with me and call my attention if I go off track. But composition means who's on it. Governance, lovely term like ethics that we throw around, but it's something that we aspire towards that should run an organization well. Competency, hence, becomes a key factor to start discussing. I will take you through the research. Why? Because it's important to know that it is factual, it's important to know that it's credible, it's important to know that it actually has relevance and weight behind it. What was the result? What caused that result? And hopefully how to mitigate it. Some boring bits, and I'll run through it because I know we're behind time. This was primary research, which means it was not done previously in this industry. It was qualitative, which means we didn't just simply count stuff. We had interviews, we had discussions, and we dealt with emotions, and we dealt with feelings, and how people perceive something was actually quite important. It was deductive reasoning, meaning that you had to deduct from someone's answer exactly what they intended to say because they might not understand what they're trying to convey. And then a lovely word, which is great for your raffle, is homogeneity. It means it is a person with a similar experience or shares a similar involvement or a characteristic in something that is closely involved with our topic. In this instance, the composition and competency of a board. So again, you only were part of this research study if you had experience or involvement, or you were actively involved. You weren't an outside person which stands up at the AGM, complains about the neighbor's dog. Next year, we want to nominate you onto the board, and then you decide that you're not interested. You had to be actively involved, actively affected in the composition and competency of your board. The research was done with more than 250 international boards. Why internationally? Because South Africa, although we are trailblazers in terms of sectional title schemes, especially when you compare us to the Dubai region, we are actually still learning from the United States. The United States did community associations long before we even fathomed it. Now, granted, we've got other issues such as security and so forth, but they understand community association living and they do it quite well. It was done through the CAMICB and the CAI. If those who do not know about it, it's the Community Associations Institute International. The Institute of Directors also assisted in terms of their database, and then the Association of Residential Communities, which most of the homeowners associations are already a member of. 24% were international, which means the bulk was still South African. So the bulk of the 250 boards that participated were South African boards, and those that were international, 50% of them were in the United States, and then a mixed bag from Dubai and Australia, both who hold equal competency in terms of good governance. The largest majority were actively serving on the board, or they were part of the management, which means they were affected by it. It was their perception of what is real and what is required to manage an association. 19% of them were chairmen. They were the leader. They were the chosen representative or individual representing that association. That's 8% of the total participation. So if we want to ask the question, what is a board member or what is a trustee, I looked at what the Institute of Directors states. And I'm not sure if you are, but I do invite you to please be a member of the Institute of Directors, become a certified director, and please use that framework for good governance. And then while I'm saying that, I think also I encourage you to also become a member of the Ethics Institute of South Africa, as it's very relevant. Conscience, they need to be honest. We can't measure that. They need to be competent. We can measure that. Then they need to be committed. No one likes the board member that is on the board, never attends a single meeting, and then takes all the honor and glory at the AGM when the budget is a 0% increase. You need to be committed to the cause because there's some work to do. And then you have to have the courage to actually ask the difficult questions, and you have to have the courage to actually stand with conviction with a decision which is made. So now back to my initial title, who's protecting these members that get onto these boards? We all know how they get onto the board. And we all know how trustworthy that process can be. So what's protecting them? So we had to look at what is a competency that's required. Competency is broken down into 3 factors. This is secondary research. It's well known that you have a functional competency such as a lawyer, a CA, an engineer, or an environmentalist. And we all love to fill a board of trustees with 7 CAs or 5 lawyers. And we'll later see in the research what happens when that actually takes place. Then you've got a personal competency, which is your confidence and your self-ethics. It's your self-moral drive, who you are as a person. And then you've got social competencies. That's the funny guy in the bar at the clubhouse that everyone likes. Or it's the prettiest lady in the room because her granddad used to be really successful in business, so she still carries a legacy and she gets onto the board and suddenly she manages an environmental contract of 7 million rand a month, but she's never done any business in her life. But she's got the social competency to play an important role in this association. Participants, were then asked to actually rate competencies in terms of what's the most important? Must I be popular? Must I be a lawyer? Or must I be ethical? Fairly obvious answer. Functional competencies led the way, and then personal competencies such as your moral drive and your ethics came in second, and then social competency came in third. But it was a fairly mixed bag, which makes sense because that's the average person. You're a mixture of your total experiences and your total knowledges. If you are purely an actuary, well, you never get invited to the braai. So, this is shocking. Out of everyone that was surveyed, 78% of them admitted to serving on a failing board. This is not an opinion that was given of them by outside parties. This was their opinion of themselves while serving on boards. That 78% of them admitted to the fact that they were not reaching their goal. That is surely a problem. 93% of those indicated that their board failed due to the fact that they did not have a balance of competency. Back to my earlier point. When 5 lawyers sit on a board, I think you're going to be close to the law, but you're going to start irritating quite a few members that just want to do a decent communication about a house party or about a social event, and they just want to do some marketing. The same applies if you look after the finances to the degree we've got a reserve fund of 100-something million, but the reservoir's cracked, and once it breaks, guess what? The money in the bank doesn't help you. The reservoir should have been built. So balance is exceptionally important. Even if you stack that board, social, personal, or functional competencies, it simply does not work. So we asked them, what does a balanced board look like? And this is what came back. Again, great answer. 40% functional, 40% personal, 20% social. This should ring true. When electing board members, we all like to put the CA on there, functional. We would like them to be ethical. We agree. We would like them to be accountable. They mustn't go change the budget and then resign and sell their property. We would like them to be within the law, which is why we are here. And we would like them to be a leader of our community. Then we asked them to rank the top 10. And it started to change a little bit because functional still was at the top, but personal and social started to actually make up a bit of an interesting mix. But this wasn't the target of our actual study, but there's the list. It's quite interesting that you only have to be loyal 14th out of all the 15 competencies. You must only be dependable sometime. You don't have to stay calm during a pressure situation. And the natural environment is apparently not that important to most board members and management teams. So what's the cause of all of this? What then happens? What makes boards fail? If 78% of them failed, what caused it? Why were they elected? Was the question then asked. How did you get onto the board? Why are you on the board? Are you willing to be honest enough to tell us why you put your name up for nomination? Who appointed you? Were you appointed by the developer? Were you self-appointed? 41% of them, and again I remind you that this is statistical analysis, which means this is their opinion of themselves. This is not our opinion. 41% of them admitted that they are there because of competency. They're a lawyer, they're an engineer, or they're an environmentalist. 40% of them were simply available. Is that true? Does that resonate with what happens in the States? 19% were popular. It's the funny guy. It's the person we all like. Why don't we elect him? Hey? Let's take that guy. He's a great leader. Let's take that guy. But what does this mean? It means 59% of the time, the board member or trustee were not elected because of an actual competency that's required to run a legal entity or an association. He was elected because he was available and he was popular. Not having competency eventually makes you fail. We've seen it in associations, we know it's true, and that's why we are trying to regulate it. Now again, 250 boards comprised of an average of 5 board members plus their management team gives you a rough statistic of how many people participated. We added to that everyone that is affected, it was homogeneity. So we had close to 2,700 surveys that actually conducted this information. And 60% of the time, if I round up, it wasn't based on the competency required to run an association. So if you don't know legislation, you don't know how to deal with misinformation, you struggle to do a budget because you're innately conflicted. I love the word conflict of interest, but you're voting on a budget that affects your pocket. You're voting on a pet rule and your wife doesn't like pets. So conflict then seems to disappear out of the average association's boardroom. IT and data risk. How many board members or how many individuals in the room are actually aware of the IT and data risks that face associations today? And are you willing to get the competency on your board or in your management team to actually deal with that risk before it's too late? It's quite easy to mitigate. I've done psychometrical testing for an assistant, second assistant, third assistant environmentalist. But I have never done a psychometric test for a nominated board member. Isn't that interesting that the person that doesn't have access to the bank account must be psychometrically tested, but the person that controls the money, go for it. So maybe that's something we can do. Maybe adopting a recruitment or a screening process, which is much like the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. We actually have to prove your competency. You have to have a track record of making a difference. And we have to need that competency before you get nominated for the board. Objectively verify every part of that person's nomination process. So what we know is 40%, they're simply available. So if it is your dream to be a non-executive director, simply start. You'll get some positions. The first ones won't be paid. I can tell you that eventually you will get paid and you'll get better and better positions, and you don't have to retire at 65. It's a wonderful career. Many individuals do it. And when you actually challenge them on something, they're mostly unsure of what to do. 19% of them are popular. So if you're the popular guy, you've got some hope, and you can change the rule to suit your mandate or your agenda. But importantly, 100% of the board surveyed admitted that if they do not have a balance of social, personal, and functional competencies, they fail. And that is something to take into consideration. 78% admitted to being on a failing board in terms of hitting their targets and their mandates. That's quite brutally honest of them, but it is a very scary reality. So, my recommendations, other than the processes to elect good boards, is we need more data. We need to understand what actually works for a community association, what isn't too cumbersome. We can't have a procurement process of 6 months to elect a board member. We need to get on and get the job done. So we need more information. We need clarity on the risks. We need our associations and its members and its nominated leaders to understand the risks that actually exist in the environments in which they enter. How many times have I seen a board member get onto the board and then say, I did not know this is the job, and I'm not ready for this. Help me. guidance on setting up boards to succeed rather than leaving them to fail. And that is why I believe in Indaba such as this is so critical. How do we set up the leadership teams of these associations to succeed, instead of simply profiting off them when they fail? Instead of having a very successful law firm that constantly deals with failing boards, how do we participate in setting them up for success? I want to thank you for the opportunity. If you want to have more information on irregular warfare, it's a very interesting study. I'm also doing a PhD research on exactly how they affect corporate businesses, how you can mitigate irregular warfare strategies such as misinformation. And I do believe it will be to your benefit if you do some self-research in terms of the risks you actually face in today's era. And then in terms of governance services, you are in a room today with individuals with a lot of intellectual property. Don't see it as an opportunity to simply rub shoulders, make a connection on LinkedIn. Please learn something, please collaborate, and please, let's try and build a future where the boards are actually sustainable and competent. Thank you very much.
Francois, thank you so much for that. It's always the numbers guy that gets the bulk of the claps, because everyone's like, wow. I can tell you now, I'm the numbers guy too. Studied accounting, okay. There we go, thank you, there we go. Whew. Whew, now I feel good, all right. Anyway, thank you so much for that, Francois Kuman, the CEO of IP Property Services. So with our next plenary session, and I thought we'd just get straight into it because, again, we are indeed pressed for a little bit of time. But it really is going to talk about disputes as we've really had them and as we've seen them. The need for adjudication has always been a gripe and an issue that has been raised quite a lot already this afternoon, this morning, should I say. And now we're going to talk about recent court order cases and their studies. Plus, we've unpacked the practice directives, and now we're going to talk about those even further in our next conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask as well at the same time if we please be a part of the conversations. We'll try and see if we can get a Q&A session going for this one as well, where possible, of course, because if not, then it's going to be a bit of a struggle to try and get you all to be part of the conversation. But we'd like you to take part. Understanding why it's so relevant, so important, is about finding that balance. I'm trying to be the popular guy here. So 19%, right? That's where I'm at right now, just trying to be the popular guy. And hopefully that works out for all of us here as well today. Look, it's going to be another conversation that I think that Abraham Masilo will be able to help us lead in this conversation. And he's the regional ombud for Gauteng. And we're going to try and have this conversation now. And I know that we're still going to wait for Advocate Kamogelo Maputla to just get a microphone on so he'll join us in the conversation. But I think in the meantime, let's try and get things started and he'll join you as things begin. Dr. Masilo, will you be able to introduce your panel as well? Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our next plenary session.
Thank you, Warabile. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We know that we are still waiting for one of our panelists. I think he is now here. You can make your way in, Advocate Maputla. Let me help you. Let me be a gentleman. Yeah. Aha. Can have a seat. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined here for this session by Advocate Maputla, who is a mediator and part-time adjudicator for the Csos. And also, I am also joined by Lazelle, Paula, an attorney, notary, and a conveyancer, specialist in property law. Next to her, I am also joined by Dr. Fota, accredited mediator and adjudicator, and an academic scholar. I think you would have read on the bio there that she is indeed a scholar of note. And finally, I am joined by Zelinda van der Merwe, a specialist community schemes practitioner. I must tell you that Zelinda, the principal of Zelinda was actually the drafter of these two pieces of legislation that actually have brought us together today. Most of you know as Professor Parok as one of the drafters of this legislation. So she was the understudy at the time. Minister, Deputy Minister in absentia, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, together with honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Chair of the Board, and board members, the Acting Chief Ombud, executives of the Csos, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. Today, we are going to deal with and provide in this third Csos Indaba. You will note that we had the opportunity earlier. I think I should take you a little bit back because it is important to realize what is it that we were discussing earlier. A mandate of the Csos was highlighted. The legislation of the Csos was also highlighted. The PDs, which provided a clear guidance in terms of the work that we do, was also highlighted. We have seen a lot of people losing their houses due to inadequate representation and government intervention. But with the advent of Csos, we are now bridging that gap. There are 4 principles that I would like us to discuss today, although they are not exhaustive because there's quite a myriad of issues that we're supposed to deal with. However, due to time, we can only today deal with the 4 principles. And the 4 principles are as follows: is the locus standi, the legal costs is the second one. The third one is the disconnection of electricity. The PIA read together with Section 39.7 of the Csos Act. Ladies and gentlemen, these 4 principles are the cornerstone of the Csos, and you will hear as we discuss them with my panelists. We will certainly make or break the ombud if we do not deal with these principles correctly. The decisions of the adjudicators are always taken for an appeal in most instances, or a review, and the outcomes thereof indicates that there is a serious gap in terms of the interpretation and application of the Csos legislation, and obviously ancillary legislation such as your Sectional Title Schemes Management Act, the Companies Act, and so forth. This has led to the misunderstanding and the dissatisfaction of the outcomes of the adjudication orders and the decisions of the ombud from time to time, depending on which side of the outcome do you belong. If the outcome is in your favor, you are happy. If it's not in your favor, you start complaining. The minister will, from time to time, the chairperson of the portfolio committee and the honorable members will receive emails that we are not happy with the outcome of this adjudication order. And it is for this reason that we are here today to make sure that we at least tell you about the divergent number of cases that are issued out there, to an extent that it is always difficult to understand the actual meaning of a particular principle. And it is for this reason that we will be dealing with this principle. The aim of this session is also to educate the industry as a whole, and obviously interpret or the interpretation and as well as the implementation of the powers and functions of the Csos, including but not limited to the jurisprudence created by several courts in this country, and you will hear that. Some of the judgments delivered have opened up a lot of discussions and narratives that has led to the inconsistencies and different views on the application of these legislations. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be asking questions to my panelists, and each discussant will address one issue, and thereafter we will move to the next principle and do the same, and ensure that once we're done with the 4 principles, we will then open up for the questions from the floor, and my fellow panelists will be able to respond to various questions depending on the issue that relates to what we would have discussed. Now, Advocate Maputla, I think let's start with you, which is the entrance to the Csos. As to who can bring a matter to the Csos. Of importance is how does one know whether they have locus standi to bring a matter or a dispute to the Csos?
Thank you, Regional Ombud. I would start by first defining locus standi, which is a Latin term meaning legal standing. Now, it appears to be a very simple principle to note. However, one has to bear in mind that in terms of the Csos, one has to first qualify to define their dispute. And once a dispute has been defined, then we can test whether locus standi exists. Now, one need not look any further than Section 38 of the Csos Act, which gives us a clear guidance of how locus standi is assessed. That would mean that one has to have a material interest, one has to be affected materially by the so-called dispute. I think I will pause there. I do not want to overburden the plenary here.
You've mentioned that Section 38. And ladies and gentlemen, Section 38 essentially talks to any person can bring their dispute to the Csos. Essentially, that's what it's saying. However, this catch-all phrase has been predicated by various case authorities. Does having locus standi imply automatic success in the adjudication process, considering where the issue comes from, as long as you are an owner or you live within these communities?
Thank you, Regional Ombud, for your question. The simple answer to that is no. It's not a straight pass. One has to understand what the authorities have mentioned. And if I may just quickly deal with 2 authorities which everyone is acutely aware of. Anyone who has had an adjudication order must have had these 2 authorities cited in their order. The first that I have considered would be Dedok Center Body Corporate. It is a 2019 Volume 6 South African Law Reports 45 KZN. It is an order that came out on the 13th of May 2019, wherein at paragraphs 11 to 13, the aspect of locus standi was in issue. However, sadly, at that point, the adjudicator has not made a finding whether or not Dr. Singh had locus standi. Had that been foreshadowed at that point in time, the dispensation of the current Csos orders would have turned into a different way, because therein, Csos would have been ousted not only on jurisdiction, but also locus standi.
Again, is the interpretation of this legislation by the courts in this
Indeed
sense.
so. Yeah. And then the other authority, which is a Western Cape, because I think variety is the spice of life, and we must not just go to KZN, we must also consider Western Cape. Until we have strong jurists in the province, we will leave Joburg for now. More on the aspect of community schemes, not everything else. I mean, I practice in this division and we are the heartbeat of litigation. All the others are learning from us. But as far as community schemes are concerned, no, we still have to harvest from their jurisprudence. The second authority that I've considered was trustees for the time being of Avenue Body Corporate versus
Shumara, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I do not want to butcher anyone's surname. So it's a 2018 decision, Volume 4, South African Law Reports, 566, Western Cape. It is a decision that was released on the 10th of May, 2018. In paragraph 5 of that decision, and I wish to actually read it out so that everyone is acutely aware of what I'm talking about. Section 38(1) of the Act provides, when they say the Act, this was a Csos, so it will mainly refer to the Csos Act. Once I say Act, it's confined strictly to Csos. Section 38(1) of the Act provides any person may make an application for dispute resolution if such a person is a party to or affected materially by a dispute. Section 38(2)(a) provides that such an application falls to be made in the prescribed manner and as may be required by practice directive. My italicization. Those provisions fall to be construed with regard to specifically defined meanings of the word dispute. Prescribed dispute is in section 1, which means blah, 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 blah. And that was, in the interest of time, because I am one person who always takes protection time when I argue. So I see my protection time has been over, and I'll hand over to you, Mr. Vasilo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think it is for this reason that it has now found expression in the practice directives, so that to ensure that everyone knows whether they do have a local standing to bring a matter to Csos. I think, with that said, let's move to my far right, to Lazelle there. Let's move to the second principle of legal cause, especially that this has actually created some controversy, ladies and gentlemen. It's one topical issue that we are grappling with, and I felt that it's one issue that we need to discuss, Lazelle. Now, can a sectional title scheme incorporate legal costs on an attorney and owned line cost scale in the rules? And of importance is that and bind new entrants or owners with particular reference to the powers of the chief ombudsman in terms of section 10 of the STSMA, read together with the prescribed management 25(4). You will note that they don't align. However, at the same time, one would want to have them find expression in the rules. So can we have a rule such as that can indicate that one can have the cost on an attorney on online costs?
Well, I think what we need to do is obviously distinguish between the different types of scales of legal costs, because I think therein lies the actual nub of the disputes here and the difficulty one has in navigating this particular issue, because the prescribed management rules proceed from the basis that you can recover all of your legal costs reasonably incurred as taxed or agreed. Now, does that mean you are stuck with party and party? I think not. A party and party scale is just your prescribed tariff rates, which is fairly restrictive, and as we know, there'll be stuff left on the table to be carried by the rest of the members in the scheme. Moving up from that, you have your attorney and client scale, which is still linked to the tariff rates, but allows you a few further attendances. So you're still actually aligning yourself with either the Madge Court or the High Court tariff there. Attorney and own client is what I agree between myself and my attorney. Now, I do believe that a scheme can provide for attorney and client costs because that would take you closer to recovering all of your reasonable costs. The problem comes when the attorney and own client comes in, because your attorney is going to charge the scheme for recovering the unpaid levies on the attorney and own client scale, unless the attorney has struck a bargain with the attorney, with the scheme to actually limit themselves. And I think therein lies the issue and where the enforcement then comes in, to make sure that the costs that are being sought to be recovered are in fact reasonable, and if your rules have provided for attorney and client costs, that in fact the scheme has stuck to attorney and client cost and isn't sneaking in attorney and own client costs. But it comes down again, Abe, to the balancing of interests.
Indeed,
Because
yes.
if you're leaving money on the table for the scheme to carry in general, because you're only entitled as the scheme to pass on the attorney and client costs, that differential, that is not the fault of everyone else who's paying their levies duly and faithfully, now has to be borne by everyone instead of passed on to the defaulter.
Yeah, certainly. I think it's more of a contractual decision.
Absolutely.
And however, I think it was more or dealt with extensively in the Madeleine Kruger case. But now there is this new recent case, the mannequin case, which completely say something different from that. And how do we find balance between the two cases? So having mentioned these two cases, how should the Chief Ombudsman in this instance, perhaps, interpret the outcomes of these two decisions versus the Section 10 that I mentioned earlier in respect of the approval of these rules, particularly on this aspect?
So personally, I don't believe that it should change any of the considerations for the Chief Ombudsman in actually determining whether rules are reasonable or not. And it turns on an understanding of those cases, because what they both had in common was that the courts were called to determine whether legal costs could be included in a claim for summary judgment. In the Glenhar case, the court allowed the costs that had already been incurred and charged on the debtor's account to be included in the order that was granting summary judgment. So they got their full arrears plus the legal costs on an attorney and client scale. There was a rule in that instance which actually provided for the recovery of attorney and client costs. So we weren't living in any gray area here. We weren't living just with the prescribed rules saying all legal costs, and we didn't have to have a debate around the type of costs order. But in the mannequin court case, the judge felt it departed from that decision.
Indeed,
also,
yes.
on the it also revolved around a claim for summary judgment. The costs had been added to the debtor's account, but it was only done on the basis of a trustee's resolution. Now, whilst certainly the obligations flowing from amended rules would be contractual, it becomes a little bit more remote when you're dealing with a trustee's resolution. Because when I'm buying in, I don't know what the trustees are resolving from time to time. So I'm being expected to suck up now what they resolved without actually putting it to the general membership to determine whether they were happy with the recovery of the costs at that rate. And the court departed from the Glenhar case and didn't regard the legal costs aspect, which had been placed in dispute in that particular matter, as sufficiently liquidated. But that didn't mean the courts were saying you couldn't recover it. It just wasn't liquid for the purpose of getting summary judgment that would need to obviously go to trial and be proved. The court felt that it wasn't reasonable to just go and grant the judgment on it without actually assessing the reasonableness of those costs.
So essentially, it depends on the type of case, because we're talking about a summary judgment in this instance. And obviously, the Chief Ombudsman, in approving the rules, will find himself or herself in a sticky situation, because, which one to follow under the circumstances. However, but I think we will either have to look at an issue of, an injunction, perhaps maybe from court, and see if we can find, a definite route to follow, particularly for the Chief Ombudsman, because there is that balance. And hence, I asked earlier in terms of the fiduciary responsibility of the Chief Ombudsman with regard to Section 10 of the STSMA. However, I think we will deal with that in another day. But for now, I think, I hope, the audience here have understood that there is this divergent decisions, and therefore it's a sticky situation for the Chief Ombudsman. And I feel for the Chief Ombudsman. Where is the Chief Ombudsman? I feel for you, Chief Ombudsman. Yeah. I think let's move then to you, Zelinda, and deal with the third aspect, particularly that there is, and I think earlier there was a question that came from the floor with regard to electricity issues. And fortunately, it's something that we intended to discuss today. Can you perhaps maybe assist us in indicating how should schemes deal with defaulters of electricity, considering that electricity is one of the fundamental rights as per the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa?
Perfect. So I think I'll start with prevention is cure. So let's look at a body corporate context. Body corporate has 3 methods of this type of recovery. And it can either be non-metered, so recovered according to your normal body corporate expenses, according to participation quota, or it could be metered, and that supply is read and added to your levy statement, or it potentially could be a prepayment system. And in a body corporate, it's pretty easy to regulate that. Sorry, I hope my audio is okay. It doesn't sound so lucky on my side. To ensure that there isn't an excessive situation where a body corporate is out of pocket because of an individual or a group of individuals' excessive use of electricity and non-payment, a body corporate can consider the installation of prepayment meters. And interestingly, a body corporate can have only 1 unit have a prepayment meter, whereas when it comes to meters that are read, that needs to happen to all sections and the common property. Of course, you have to take into account constitutional considerations, and that's why the Act specifically makes provision for a longer notice period, the involvement of the tenant and all those fun things. When it comes to arrear collection, and especially with electricity supply, another good thing to do is to allocate specifically in regard to the arrears, what is for electricity, what is for the levies, what is for interest, and also to remember that when payments are made, it is made to the oldest debt first. So very often those amounts are then paid and allocated to electricity. I think we'll chat about the court interests and things like that, but from a body corporate perspective, there is a lot of practical steps you can take to prevent a situation of a body corporate experiencing non-payment for utilities and therefore placing pressure on the remainder of the owners that are also utilizing the supply but paying not only for their own consumption and use and enjoyment but for somebody else's as well. In homeowners associations, we've known for years that as long as the Constitution or the Memorandum of Incorporation provides for a member being in good standing or not, we can deactivate certain services for such example as access control or use of facilities. In body corporates, we've always been a lot more cautious. So I think the case law that we're going to talk about will give us a lot more guidance in that regard.
Yeah, I think the disconnection of electricity, particularly also the non-payment of this service, it's a huge problem in the country. Even in all these provinces, we find the same challenges. Now, recently, the courts have dealt with this conduct of taking the law into your own hands, particularly as the trustees or directors, in switching off this electricity because of the very issue that it is a fundamental human right. Now, can you, considering the two cases, I think there is this case of the Katisi case as well as the Alexander case. What's the appropriate way of collection of electricity arrears versus the disconnection? And, provide us with the guidance of this court, because they are providing various guidance, but they differ slightly in terms of how this is done. And it is for this reason that they differ in terms of their decisions.
Perfect. So I was a little bit naughty in preparation of this, in that I reached out to our friend, Advocate Leshay Hodson, who deals with case law every single day, to go through those cases and really give me a nice practical understanding of it. I read them myself as well, don't worry. And it was actually super interesting to compare the two, so Lion Ridge and the straight bodies corporates. In Lion Ridge, the body corporate, when they approached the court, weren't able to prove that they had legitimate grounds or reasons or a rule or an agreement or a legal basis for the disconnection of the electricity supply due to non-payment of that electrical charges and expenses incurred by an individual owner. So the court found in that instance that the body corporate was not allowed to disconnect the electricity, whereas in the straight matter, it was very different, where the body corporate was actually able to prove, based on agreement, based on proper lawful process, based on rules, that the body corporate had pursued due process. And in that particular case, the court ordered, firstly, that electricity could be disconnected for the entire amount that the owner owed, both electricity and arrear charges and contributions. Then it corrected itself, which was quite interesting, to say that the disconnection applied only for the period in which the utility charges or outstanding payments were in arrears, and not for the entire arrear levy contributions, interest, legal fees, and all those fun things. So I thought that was pretty interesting to look at, and important to note that when a body corporate is going to go the route of disconnection, you have to ensure that, number one, you have either a rule, and this has been seen as an undesirable rule by the Community Scheme Ombud Service, but it has since changed under the Consolidated Practice Directives, and provided that proper process is followed, and relief can be sought in terms of Section 39(7), which is the additional praise of relief that the Chief Ombud can grant, that a body corporate would be able to go the route of disconnection. I always laugh when I think about with agreement, because what owner is going to agree to have their electricity cut off if they're not paying their charges? The same as the agreement with regards to the legal costs. But as long as the body corporate has proven due process, they are able to get that court order in their favor. I am very interested to see how the Csos deals with that from an order perspective, and I think it will make it a lot easier for body corporates to be able to take that step to get the disconnection of electricity, and I think that will serve as a good lesson for the remainder of the owners as well, that it is possible, and hopefully with not too much costs by the body corporate.
Yeah, I think, will I be correct to say that although you would have followed a proper process and make sure that you've covered all your bases, but at the end of the day, this decision is saying that with the leave of court or the chief ombud. In other words, you would follow that, but you still need to approach either the chief ombud or you still need to approach the court to make sure that you've got an order that gives you the power to then switch off. So essentially, we're not saying you can't, but you need to follow the proper process, and at the end of the day, approach the court to ensure that they then confirm that the process that you followed. So will I be correct to say that?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think then let's then get to finally to you, Dr. Foka. I know you've been passionate about the rights of owners and what they are entitled to within the limitations of the POPI and the POPIA. And with that, considering the Nova Property SCA judgment and the recent Monroe's Muse judgment, can members of the community scheme request contact details of the trustees and that of the directors?
Thank you, moderator. I think we should all start off by reading the Constitution and understanding what it provides. The Constitution guarantees everyone a right to access the information. Now, the research that was presented earlier on covered, and I was so happy seated there listening to the findings, whether when people accept the responsibilities of serving as trustees or as the board members, appreciates the risks that are associated with it. And we are not discouraging individuals that have capacity and competency to serve because they are needed out there. Now, if you have accepted that role and there's a piece of legislation that guarantees the population of the country, in fact, it's not just a piece, it's the overriding legislation, the supremacy of the Constitution can be overemphasized, that everybody has got a right to that information. You have voluntarily handed over the information because you wanted to serve. Now, as much as there's that section 32, we also need to balance it with 36, the limitation of the rights. So what the courts have decided is that the exercise of rights, of course, has to be understood within the limiting provisions, but at the same time, the right to privacy needs to be understood contextually. Here is the board member, he's serving, he's taking decisions, and has fiduciary duties. And if you are delinquent as a director, obviously that owner or a property owner must have recourse. And part of the recourse is to approach the court and have you listed or declared delinquent. Now you are refusing to provide the details. And we've come across a number of cases, especially, I know there are HOAs here. I don't intend to actually name and shame. I'm sure from the audience you could pick up the questions that were posed.
Yes.
That it would appear that the HOAs seem to believe that they are law unto themselves. They can do certain things at the prejudice of the owners. And that is not necessarily the case. Now, you made mention of the Montrose judgment. Body corporates, by the way, in sectional title schemes are not immune. When members are asking for information, they jump and say, you need to do a PIA application. PIA is not applicable. I want to be recorded. PIA is not applicable when the right to access information is regulated by a statutory provision. Now, your PMRs and read together with the STMI guarantees the owners access to the information pertaining to the schemes. And amongst that are those details of who are the trustees of the scheme. So you can't therefore say an owner must do a PIA application. You are just frustrating them. So in Montrose, the court have clarified that PIA is not applicable. PIA deals with instances where you have not been automatically guaranteed that right by a piece of legislation. You move over to the HODs. The Companies Act is even worse. Remember with STMI, you need to be a member of the body corporate.
Correct.
With the Companies Act, you don't need to be a member of the company. There's unqualified access to information. Here is the media wanting to write a story about who owns stand number so-and-so in Sentin. They don't need to be a member of that scheme. They have a right to access the register of the owners. So in HOAs, it's even simple and straightforward. It's automatic. Everyone who has a beneficial interest. The law only states beneficial interest. Now, if you are in the media space, you want to write a story about who owns that stand, you have a beneficial interest because you want to educate the public what's happening there. Now, how do you begin to frustrate an owner, a member of that scheme? It even gets worse. I think the ministers here, portfolio committees here, we really need to have the legislation to be amended so that members, even the population as a whole, is able to benefit from the rights that are enshrined in the Constitution, of course, with the limitation framework. There's an issue around the POPI Act. It is used mainly by the schemes, again, to evade accountability.
Yes.
Here is a complaint that Cindy is a board member. Cindy is not paying the levies. It's a complaint, a legitimate one. It's a legitimate complaint. Now, as a member of that scheme, I then request the information. Remember, STMSA is saying you must request the same as the POPI Act, the Companies Act.
Yes.
You just do a request. You're not doing an application. What provides for an application process is your PIA. And PIA you put reliance on when there is no provision in law for you to access that information. Now, if you refuse to make accessible that piece of information to a member that is holding legitimate suspicion that there's favoritism. Remember, you sit around the table, you are the board of directors, then you know that if I don't pay, then the other colleagues are going to be reluctant to come and engage me or take me to Csos and so forth. So if you refuse, you are then concealing where is that research, where is accountability, where is transparency. And then if a member wants to take you on and apply that you be listed as a delinquent director, then the board writes back to say, no, we have appointed a managing agent, everything is managed there, we can provide who the board members are and their conduct details. But if I want to approach the court in terms of the Companies Act, I can't go and say I want the estate agent listed as being delinquent. So those are the issues that we are grappling with.
No, thank you very much. I think we've covered. I think I've been on the record. Although we started late, but we were able to cover, time. And I think I just want to allow about 2 or 3 questions, Warabile, with your permission, from the floor so that we can deal with it. But of importance is that the Minister and the Chair of the Portfolio Committee and the members is that the courts have assisted us to make sure that people are entitled to this information. We cannot hide behind the POPIA Act and the PIA. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, hi everyone. I just have 2 questions. One's for Zelinda. In terms of the disconnection of electricity, I wanted to understand what recourse the tenant has, because usually it's the owners not paying and the scheme disconnecting. And then for Lazal, you spoke about when we're dealing with an attorney-owned client scale, it may be allowable if there's limits. Can you just give me a practical example of like what would be a limit or a factor that would be considered limiting in that regard?
Yes, any one of you?
Can I answer?
You can start. Yeah.
Well, look, attorney and client, I think definitely you should be able to get based on the clear wording of the PMR allowing you to get all your legal costs or reasonable legal costs. And as I say, that is linked to the tariff with just a few extras, extra attendances that would be excluded on a strict party and party. Attorney and own client becomes another story because there it depends on what you've contracted, what the scheme's contracted with their attorney to charge, and whether ultimately that is those costs are reasonable or not. So at the end of the day, it all boils down to reasonableness. The difficulty with attorney and own client costs is it's technically not linked to any particular scale, unless that's what you've negotiated with the attorney. More often than not, it's based on an hourly rate. So it's far out of kilter with what the tariff rates would be, and then it becomes more difficult to determine whether they are reasonable or not. But, I mean, you've also got to look at the facts of a matter. We recently had ended up with a dispute ongoing since 2016 in the High Court relating to a defaulter and a sectional scheme. By the time we got the matter heard in court, the arrears were 20 million rand. Not a cent had been paid by the member since acquiring the units and the real rights. Part of the dispute was that there were 13 real rights, and the owner thought that they should only pay one levy for the real rights, although the rules were quite clear that you paid per opportunity, per real right. And it had to go through numerous courts to eventually get satisfaction, with a number of games being played by that member. The costs also ran into millions. Now, how do you balance that? The rest of the members must pay, because there's now a difference between what the scheme's rules provided for as attorney and client, but they're outlaid on the attorney and own client scale. How do you marry that when you've got a persistent defaulter?
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why the judge in the mannequin case is saying that it is a safeguard in terms of the 25-4. And that's why there is this. Zelinda, I think there was also another one on the disconnection.
So as my colleague mentioned here next to me right at the beginning, you know, when you look at approaching the Csos, one has to be affected, materially affected, and an interested party. So when it comes to a tenant and they believe that there has been unlawful deactivation or deprivation of that service, they can approach the Community Schemes Ombuds Service. My colleague that is here today, front row, he's recently with his fellow colleague Sarah had a very successful urgent application at the Csos where a similar situation occurred, and the Csos immediately stepped in to say, no, this is an unlawful disconnection of electricity. From a court perspective, my learned colleague, Advocate Hodson, has confirmed that a spoliation action can be taken, and that will stop the body corporate from taking the law into their own hands in that regard. And then, as I mentioned, when it comes to prepayment meters, the Sectional Title Schemes Management Act is very clear that the tenant's rights have to be protected, and the tenant can argue breach of contract or go to the Rental Housing Tribunal as well to ensure that their rights are upheld and protected.
Thank you very much. I think Minister and Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the honorable members, you will note that we have issued orders on an urgent basis. Chair of the board, you should be very happy to hear that we are able to do that in order to protect the rights and obligations of the owners of these communities. Last question, I think, Warabile, you are affording me just last one. Yes, yeah. Last question.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And indicate the question is to who, so that they can note that.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Hosi. I'm from Bloemfontein. I've got two questions. First question is in relation to the pronouncement that the information regulator made in relation to a security system at the complexes. The information regulator said complexes are putting themselves at the risk of breaching POPIA Act by requesting excessive information from owners or visitors when they enter the complex. So we are busy reviewing our rules to ensure that they are compliant with the directives. But I want guidance in as far as what is minimum information, so that we are not seen as a scheme to be in violation of the POPIA Act. And what is the view of the panel in relation to that? The second question is on spoliation. We've had a recent court case in Bloemfontein where we had a problem with municipal account that was excessive. And then we reduced consumption on communal property to minimize the municipal account. But one owner took us to court and he won that case. So I want to understand, how does the court view spoliation as it relates to a communal utilities, water use and management and control by the body corporate? Thank you.
Dr. Foka, you want to deal first with the other one for the POPIA and then... Sorry? Yes.
You want me to
yes,
deal?
please. Yeah,
Okay.
Let's start with that one. Yeah.
No, all right. No, indeed, I think that caution is well deserved. You see, if you are to collect data, personal information, there are prescripts that you need to comply with. Now, here is a security company contracted by an estate or a complex. A gentleman stands there, they scan your driver's license, immediately information is imported into their system. You do not know who is the custodian of that information, and we are in no way advocating that security measures must be relaxed. What becomes important, remember when the POPI Act came into operation, there was a practice directive issued by Csos in terms of schemes having to put a policy in place that is going to first appoint someone to be the chief information officer, and then that person is trained in terms of what are the compliance issues that they need to take care of. Secondly, if you are now handing over that personal detail, your driver's license, remember it's linked to what is contained in the population register, your ID number, everything, because the systems are talking to each other. Now here is a visitor that comes and wants to litigate the scheme by saying, I was exposed to fraud because I had handed over my personal information to yourselves. Now you need to tell me what measures did you put in place to protect my information. So that is why it's important that you have a policy and you also limit or minimize the type of information that you are gathering when visitors are accessing the complex. It's not a cut and dry kind of a situation. There are instances where you've got CCTV cameras. As I approach the entrance, the registration number of the vehicle is captured, the face is captured. So why do you need to take a step further by recording my identity number, my driver's license? In some states, they even ask for biometrics. It is illegal. It's not permissible. You're not allowed to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Zelinda, the spoliation. I think we've dealt with spoliation for quite some time. A lot of times with you over the years, maybe just address that one quickly.
Yeah. So the spoliation issue, you need to remember that as long as you've got an undisrupted right of enjoyment and somebody removes that from you, you can make an urgent application to court for spoliation. You only look at the merits of it afterwards. When it comes to your rights from a constitutional perspective to these utility supplies, you're looking at your own personal consumption. When a body corporate has to, or the trustees rather, make a decision relating to the common property, they do so in good faith. They do so for the betterment and for the interests of all of the members. And if it is then necessary from a financial perspective and a good governance perspective and a proper administration and management perspective to reduce consumption on common property, I don't believe that that would be unlawful deprivation of the supply at all. But at the end of the day, all decisions of trustees, directors can be reviewed by the members, they can be overturned by the members, but it would be interesting to see how the court would deal with a situation relating to common property as opposed to personal use.
Yeah, certainly, I think there's quite a number of judgments there. And thank you very much to my panel, and thank you for responding and educating the public and everyone. Warabile, thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Certainly sounds like we were all riveted there onto that conversation. Thank you so much, Ndate Marcelo. Appreciate you for that conversation. And it's conversations like those that I guess, again, detail the needs, etc., that we all need. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the minister does need to leave. I just want to ask if we could just give her that time as well now. Thank you so much for your attendance as well, Minister. Really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are headed off now to our networking lunch. Before we do so, I am going to ask one question as we head towards our lunch break. Craig has already won. Somebody else needs to win a prize. Just to let you know, we do have a cocktail event just after today's event, right? So just after 4 o'clock or so, where you can network, and even more prizes will be won there. So you want to stay around for that too. So we're trying to make sure you're staying awake, we're keeping you alive, you're in the conversation, right? We're making sure here. So, are we ready for this question? Were we listening? Okay. So I'm only looking for two. Right? I'm only looking for two. My question is, what type of disputes can be lodged with Csos, and how do the practice directives help to ensure these disputes can be resolved fairly? I will take, I see a hand right over there. I'm going to grab the first and quickest hand. Please, could you give her the microphone? Ma'am, please let me know your name before you answer.
Hi, my name is Christelle.
Christelle. Okay, Christelle, what is the answer?
Financial disputes.
One.
And board members, personal disputes between...
That's a governance dispute.
issue.
Correct. Absolutely correct. Well done. Absolutely great. See, we are listening. Okay. That's great. All right. So we have a prize for you too. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll continue to hand out prizes, I promise. I promise we will. Right after we are done with our lunch this afternoon, that will be at the top of 2 o'clock. So if we could please all in earnest be ready for that. And I will just let you all know that we do have 3 breakaway sessions that are happening from the top of 2 o'clock. They are happening just through the passageway down on the left-hand side. That is the breakaway session 1 will be speaking about financial sustainability in community schemes. The breakaway session 2, which will be the one just after that, will be the governance excellence, building accountability and transparency. Then we have a 3rd breakaway session just in the rooms after that as well, and it will be dispute resolution, the urgent applications and condonation. I will help with all of that detail as well at the top of 2 o'clock. That's when we start with that. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch. I'll join you in a moment.
Alosikana esililo ay iyokhala nini ngecilo uzozixolela zonke lezono ngoba sihlala kuthi kunjani ngomso oyo awe ingemethi skapina manje ngihle no satani athukutela thikethele sicela jabule kape no ngifune nginde thako lakho lushane tukele kanti lo bomi bushintshanini ixelele athi umdala ukhona uzonibona ngingelukusokolana ndizokuthwala ngize ndifike nginekhalisa ndlela yinde tabamsize ngenonwabe nam into zifike emazulwini umndeni uyiqenyanga tula nana tula tula nana tula tula ngaka dingiskati milimali tula nana tula tula nana tula ngakali ibe dingiskati oyo dingiskati aye dingiskati milimali
and
mathuba ndibe nalo angiphilise nendaweni ezincane ubese kuvulisa ngoba ngalaphana semnyahoda anindize ndibe mkhulu nami indize ndifane namathuba ndibe nalo angiphilise nendaweni ezincane ubese kuvulisa ngoba ngalaphana semnyahoda ase bona ngathi kubaniwe mulali unangize ngicele msamo ngiyelo ngoba wetempela ngeke makhona ayangeke kulunge ayangeke ngiphume ngami ase bona ngathi kubaniwe mulali unangize ngicele msamo ngiyelo ngoba wetempela ngeke makhona uyalangana
Okay, skills ungasagundi-ke baba. Hayi wenza udo. Hey.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh
Okay, no, you will control it. You will have to sit and control it, yeah, unfortunately. Can I start while you are fixing that? Are we closer to fixing? Um, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we have, am I audible? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, welcome, colleagues. I think we just passed 15 minutes of our starting time as scheduled. Let me introduce myself once again. My name is Masasubona Ntlungwana. I'm the acting CFO for the Csos, and I'll be the moderator for this breakaway session. I'm not alone. I will, however, introduce the panelists, the esteemed panelists that we have today. We have one of our representatives from the managing agents, Trafalgar, and our representatives from SAICA, and also one of our own. Now, the breakaway session today looks mainly at financial sustainability. And I want to thank all of you for joining us here today. I think it's one of those topics that we're struggling with. When I say we, I include myself in the community scheme that I live with. So I'm going to be wearing two hats, and I'll be taking off one and put the other as, as time allows. Let me welcome everyone once again. Yeah, come in, sir. Thank you. Let me welcome everyone, and I want to express my gratitude for everyone else here making time here. I think we have come to a point where we realize that the community schemes are no longer a niche element of urban development. They are the future of how South Africa live. They are the future of how South Africa or South African invest and build communities. And their financial sustainability remains a pressing challenge. Across the country, schemes grapple with the raising cost of maintenance and area levies from the owners, aging infrastructure, and at times, weak financial management capacity. We also see challenges in the consistent registration of scheme, timely submission of the annual reports, and the compliance with Csos levy obligation. These are not mere administrative tasks. They are very instrumental that protect the integrity and accountability of our governance system. When schemes fail financially, residents suffer. Maintenance is deferred, disputes escalate, and property values decline. Ultimately, the very idea of shared sustainable living is placed at risk. I'm going to share with you the presentation that we have prepared to open up or to make way for our discussion today as far as the financial sustainability is concerned. Now, these are the reasons why such a topic had to be a point of discussion today. Why does it matter? We're looking at the economic pressures. From rising prices of utilities, insurance, maintenance, that are far exceeding or outpacing our levies. The aging infrastructure. There is a common case in Western Cape, I think we all know about, that one of the, I wouldn't say tourists, but one person was just walking past underneath one of the share blocks. An object fell from that building and it hit the person, the trustees were liable for the cost for that. Now that's where we see this aging infrastructure not being taken care of. The issue of arrears. Over 60% of the dispute that we handle at Csos are financial matters. And today we're going to talk about the balance that the trustees, the schemes need to strike in providing for the maintenance, but at the same time, maintaining the affordability for the property owners. It's no point to increase the levies when the homeowners cannot afford them, because at the end, it results into the same challenge that we have. We're also going to look at the long-term plans against the short-term plans. There is a feel that most schemes or trustees, they concentrate more on short-term, concentrate more on short-term plans than the long-term plans. A balance needs to be struck at the end of the day. And in planning for such sustainability, it's quite important. Next slide, please. Now, these are the areas that we're actually going to focus on. We're going to talk about the levy adequacy and affordability. I've touched on that. We're also going to talk about the levy collection, the areas management, and the reserve fund compilation, utilization, and the financial transparency in the scheme. And I'm comforted by the presence of the representative of SAICA today that will also share with us in terms of the irregularities, mismanagement that they've been identified in most of the community schemes. And lastly, we'll look at the risk exposure, the financial planning, and the balance that I referred to in terms of the long-term sustainability against the short-term pressures that we have. I'm not going to read word for word on our slides. First, in terms of the levy adequacy and affordability, the problem statement, we see many schemes struggling to strike a balance between settling or setting high levies enough to cover their operational needs, the reserves, while remaining affordable to the owners. Amongst the financial disputes that we experience, it's one question that we get to be asked: how far can we increase the Csos levies? This is regulated, and that's where that balance needs to come from. In terms of the Section 3 of the STSM Act, which prescribes that a scheme must have sufficient levies in order to meet its anticipated or expected or projected expenses. It's a requirement. Now, what we have noticed is that in many cases, some of the managing agents and schemes, they delay having annual general meetings in which that they need to approve the levies for the coming year. Halfway or 3 months down the financial year, the rising cost far exceeds what they have actually collected in terms of the levies. And that's where such pressures come from. There are no comprehensive budget. Comprehensive budgets, we're talking about the budget that will ensure that we are able to cover the needs of our community schemes. And that creates a problem. Now, as far as the short-term operational and the long-term maintenance obligation, this is also regulated. Every scheme must have a 10-year maintenance plan. And that's where such problems begins to surface. Next slide, please. Now, as far as the levy collections and areas management, we further notice that the schemes or managing agents, they are a bit reluctant to take action on defaulting homeowners. There is an example that one of my friends shared with me where he states that one of the owners was owing over 200,000 rand in levies. And 3 weeks later, he drove in a brand new BMW. Now, you can see, you can tell that the financial discipline of these schemes needs to be improved. He's not paying electricity, he's not paying the levies, then it means the other homeowners are actually financing his lifestyle. That's basically what it means. What we see is that among some of these financial disputes that we deal with, at what point, let's ask ourselves this question, at what point do you bring a homeowner that owes 200,000? Did that homeowner own 2,000 rand? Where the managing agent should have taken an action? Yes, it was. How did it get to 2,000, 200,000 or 20,000 up to that point? So I talked about the inadequacy of the financial discipline and the managing schemes, in the schemes, and the legal cost. One of the comments that was made during one of the plenary sessions is that we fight with these managing agents, but they're using the very same levies that we paid. It's easy to deal with an outstanding amount of 2,000 rand, where you can enter into an arrangement with the homeowner, than deal with the legal cost of 200,000 rand. Going to court, I hope there are attorneys and lawyers in the midst of us that they can tell you that the debt does not come at a cheaper price. So at the end of the day, you have to collect 200,000 rand, you end up spending another 200,000 rand. That becomes a challenge. Next slide, please. The reserve fund. And this is in terms of our section 3AB of the STSMA and our prescribed management rule, the PMR 24.2. You need to have a reserve fund in a community scheme. And I think it's for that reason that we need to strike a balance to be able to build enough reserve fund for future maintenance. The 10-year plan, maintenance plan, needs to be implemented against that. Now, the trustees of the scheme, they become legally accountable to all the challenges that emanate from the schemes that they are trustees to. Once a 10-year plan is drawn, we see a huge gap in assessing the adequacy of that plan. Since you drew a maintenance plan 5-10 years back, there was no review, there was no assessment if the reserve funds or if that plan can be implemented with the funds that are being collected. So we recommend that regular assessment to look at your plan against this rising cost of maintenance, whether it's still sufficient enough. And it's very important that these regular audits and assessment occurs, because now they will keep up to date with the plans of the scheme. In many cases, we due to, and it's very difficult to understand that in a scheme, you do not necessarily have the requisite competencies. And I think we heard it in our plenary session that this is mainly on a voluntary basis. So I can volunteer to be a trustee, yet I don't have legal background. It's because I'm famous. I don't have financial background. It's because everybody knows me. I'm that jokey kind of a person, and everybody seems to like me. They appoint me into that. I'm not able to advise as one of the trustees or as a group of trustees into the financial well-being of the scheme. So you find that some of the schemes, they don't even have a separate investment account that they can actually invest and earn interest on that in order to be able to build enough reserves for for that managing scheme. Next slide, please. I'm almost done, colleagues, and then we can start engaging our panelists. Financial transparency, sorry. And then one of the difficult things that we have to deal with is that there is one person registered in a community scheme to have access to the financial records. But again, homeowners, they do not get involved in the review of the annual financial statements. That is one of the biggest challenges. Money is being collected on a monthly basis, but as to that monies are being paid over to Csos is not known. What we have seen is that when Csos identify those schemes, they are in arrears. Interest has been building up, and that cost is finally transferred to the homeowners. So you need you need transparency in the community scheme. And the next slide, please. As far as the risk exposure and financial planning is concerned, we see that some of these exposures are not properly dealt with. There needs to be risk assessment, in order to be able to identify those emerging risks that are in a community scheme. And as homeowners, as trustees, as managing agent, we need to take actions against those risks. And these are basically regulated by the same regulation and the PMR that we have. Next slide, please. I hope it's the last one. Just go to the next one. Now, in terms of the long-term sustainability and the short-term sustainability, we're also going to talk about the transparent governance and reporting. I've already indicated in the midst of the panelists that we have our guests that are actually going to take us through what does it mean when we talk about the governance in the schemes? What are the reporting requirements that we need to see in a community scheme? I think that was the last slide. Now, this is a draft that we have, this is a diagram that we have done in terms of the panel discussion as far as the financial sustainability is concerned. But without maybe me wasting time, let me introduce the panelists for today so that I don't get to not say exactly your accolades. But let me start with our very own Mr. Andani Matagu. He's our senior accountant representing the revenue unit. He's a qualified CA, by the way. So he'll come at handy when it comes to these reporting guidelines and sharing us his experience on the ground that we actually, that we're encountering. Just want to get the... I've indicated that we have a representative from SAICA. Let me start with Aneri. Pretorius, not Prestoria, sorry. Very, thank you so much. Apologies for that. Aneri is a lead in the SAICA Standard Audit and Assurance Division. Her role involves directing projects relating to the International Quality Management Audit, review, and other assurance and related service standards to provide guidance thereon to SAICA members and its associates. She's also responsible for developing the thought leadership, publication, and advocacy submission on this topic. But before joining SAICA, Anari was an associate director in PwC Audit Technical Department, and she has served on multiple committees and task group of SAICA and the Independent Regulatory Board of Auditors, known as IRBA, and Aneri is a CA as well. So we're looking forward to gaining a lot of insight from your wealth of knowledge that you have leading a technical department at an esteemed organization like SAICA. It's not pap and place like we'll say in the street. Chantal Elliott, also from SAICA. Chantal is a qualified CA, and RA as well, who's been in the public practice for over 20 years. So you relate to our circumstances and our situation, the challenges that we face. She was a previous chairperson of the Eastern region of SMEs for SAICA for many years and currently serves as a member of the National SMP Committees of SAICA representing the Eastern District, that is KZN. Chantal represents the NSMP on the Accounting Practice Committee and chaired the Corporate Reporting Committee in association with Csos and Indaba to develop the annual financial statement and supporting schedule templates for sectional titles. She's also represented the NSMP on the SICA LCC, that is the Legal and the Compliance Committee. So that regulatory framework that we struggled with, that we made clarity on our practice directive, is what we want to get clarity on from you, Chantal. And lastly, just want to get it right. Just a second, colleagues. Adele, can I find you? Though I can't skip you. Can't skip you, Adele. You're one of our important stakeholders. Adele is from Trafalgar, one of our major managing agent. A result-driven debt management specialist, admitted attorney with over 10 years of experience in levy collection, litigation, commercial recoveries, and property finance management. Currently serving as a national debt collection manager at Trafalgar Property Management and overseeing the national levy recovery operation across more than 250 community schemes. Don't we wish we had this kind of expertise at Csos? I'm trying to recruit someone here. I hope it's working. Okay. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our esteemed panelists. Please come join us. Then I'll be asking a couple of questions relating to the financial sustainability, as I have, let me just get this. Gadgets and gadgets and gadgets. Okay, yeah, so our panelists will be able to share the mic, but let me start with you, Adele. The Csos levy defaults remain a major issue in many community schemes. What are the most effective strategies for improving collection rates in the community schemes?
Yeah, this mic is working. Okay. What I like to start off with all our clients is explaining to them that owning a property within a community scheme comes part and parcel with dealing with arrears. You are not unique. All the buildings have arrears because you don't have any control over your neighbor's financial situation. You have to start with the end in mind, that arrears is part of it. So when you buy into these schemes, it comes with the territory. Now to start off, you have to first make sure that your levy that you are raising is compliant with the rules of, if it's your MOI, if you're on an HOA, or if it is in terms of the Sectional Title Act, you need to be tight on those rules. It needs to be done at the AGM. You need to make sure that you have crossed your I's or you have dotted your I's and crossed your T's to make sure that the levy that is raising on the levy account is a liquid claim. Making sure that once an owner, which is inevitable, as I said, these things happen, once an owner does default, the claim is liquid, and the claim you will be able to either take to Csos in terms of adjudication, or you will be able to go via a court, appoint attorneys, and you will be able to collect the full amount that was actually raised. So you start off with that. We see so many schemes where they have been self-managed, where they are not compliant, they're raising levies. There's thousands of rands that are outstanding that the rest of the owners paid on a monthly basis, but one owner might have not paid it, and it cannot be recovered. So that is crucial. Then an interesting little thing that I read was somebody asked Ernest Hemingway, how did you go bankrupt? And he said 2 ways. It was first very gradually, and then after that, very suddenly. So with that, I want to add in your second leg of making sure levies do not spiral out of control, like you explained previously, is to act swiftly. Statements need to be given out as soon as they are due, even before then, to make sure that the owners know what is due and owing. And then further, once they are on default, not 5 months down the line, not 2 months down the line, in the same month when they are due, they need to be collected, whether that be if a body corporate or a HOA is self-managed by the board or by the managing agent. You need to act extremely swiftly to make sure that it doesn't spiral out of control, because it increases, as you mentioned, in terms of the 200,000. Then the last very crucial point, because we never want to be at that point where we sit with the 200,000 rand levies that are outstanding, is to engage with the owners, even if that is your managing agent via debt collection process, where your managing agent has a process in contacting the owners, sending them letters, calling them, sending them WhatsApps, emails. There needs to be communication with that defaulting owner to find out what is the crux. Why is he not paying? Is he not paying due to his business failing? Has he been retrenched? What is the situation behind it? Because that will give you indication of which route are we following, route or into route of Csos, where it's a simple dispute that he doesn't like the color that was picked out to paint the body corporate with, and that's why he's not paying the levies. So find that out, and then crucially important is to try and make payment arrangements so that the arrears does not accrue to massive amounts. Making payment arrangements and having owners enter into acknowledgement of debts is a crucial point for us to transition over into legal action, because that helps us to make sure that the owner cannot defend the action or oppose the Csos application, because he has already acknowledged that they owe this amount of money. And getting payment arrangements also helps the cash flow of the body corporate. I believe our panelists will talk about how expensive legal fees are, and we all do know that. By getting payment arrangements and rather having the owner pay off over 6 months, 12 months, is putting cash flow back into your pocket instead of forking out unnecessary cash flow. Yeah.
You spoke about raising the Csos levies up to within the certain parameters. How can the trustees now justify the levy increases to the owners while ensuring that the long-term viability of the scheme is maintained?
It's always a very difficult point when already financially strapped owners sit at AGM and they say, well, we can't approve anything less than 10%, and we're going to approve that. It's always difficult, but what I've seen in well-managed estates and body corporates is that transparency is key. explaining to your owners why your grass cutting is increasing, explaining to your owners exactly why roof maintenance needs to be done because of your insurance that needs to be kept up to date and that might be cancelled if maintenance is not doing, if maintenance is not done.
Yeah.
So it's important to have communication with your owners. That will help them understand why. But at the end of the day, it is a very difficult topic, and you need to justify it. You can't simply say everything is increasing. So, yeah.
Thanks a lot. And I think in the discussion of a financial sustainability of the schemes, Andani, what are the obligations of the community schemes and the implications of non-payment? I want to link your answer to the comment that has been that Adele has made as far as financial sustainability of the scheme is. If the schemes are not paying Csos levies, what is the implication of that?
So if
okay, you want to take it, it's fine. You can take it. No, it's fine. You can.
No problem. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think you touched on two aspects.
Yeah.
On the one hand, the Csos levies, and on the other hand, the levies that are collected within the community schemes,
Yes.
including your administration levies and whatnot. I think when it comes to Csos levies, schemes are obliged to register with the Csos. In terms of our Act in Section 59 and Regulation 18. And what comes after that, they are also obliged to pay the Csos levies. That is prescribed by our Act. So what happens practically is that once a scheme is registered with us as the Csos, we then bill these schemes on a quarterly basis. And our expectation is that the community schemes must pay over those levies that they collect on a monthly basis from the owners or members to us within 30 days. And when it comes to the non-compliance, obviously, once they don't pay over those levies to us within the 30 days, those invoices are past due. So we start charging interest at a rate of 2%. And over and above that, we also send out payment reminders to our community schemes. And if obviously then there's no response, we then issue non-compliant notices. So obviously on our database, we'll then flag that scheme as non-compliant. And of recent, we've had a lot of auditors approaching us wanting the compliance certificates of the community schemes. So yeah, those are the implications of schemes not paying over the Csos levies to us timeously. Thanks.
Yeah, and I pick up a point that, talks about defaulting schemes and you charging interest and all that. So here's my question. So how can Csos and maybe with other, if there are any other institution, assist schemes in, that are facing these, let me call it chronic non-payment challenges?
Yeah, I think my colleague here touched on it, that I think managing agents play a very huge, vital role when it comes to this. I think it's not a matter of waiting until the levies are due. I think they are aware of those specific owners or members that struggle with payments.
Yeah.
So nothing stops them from being more proactive and communicate with that scheme that, remember, in 5 days' time, your levy will be, you need to pay your levies. And I think also on our end, as the Csos, or I meant to say the members that own these units, they also have a huge responsibility to play. I think you did hear the minister speaking to shared responsibility. So members themselves, they need to make sure that, obviously, not everyone receives a fixed salary
Yeah.
in South Africa on a monthly basis. We have a lot of entrepreneurs in the country, so nothing stops them from paying those levies in advance, because at the end of the day, the affairs of the community schemes will be affected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aneri, these financial challenges faced by the schemes, they don't come out of nowhere. It's as a result of, one, the failure, or let me say, the financial governance. And what is SAICA's view on appropriate financial reporting framework, that community scheme should apply to ensure transparency, consistency, and compliance with accounting standard?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. As you heard, I'm a technical person, so I'm trying to be not technical, and I know I'm going to not succeed. So SAICA supports the application of high-quality financial reporting frameworks in the application of any entity, not just sectional titles, etc., in South Africa, with regard to the preparation of their financial statements. So, community schemes is a broad term, right? Specifically relating to sectional titles. Now, generally, for most entities, like companies, etc., the legislation that governs that entity will specify the framework that needs to, the financial reporting framework that needs to be applied in the preparation of that entity's financial statements. With regard to sectional titles, though, that is not the case. The legislation is silent. It doesn't prescribe the financial reporting standards that have to be applied in the preparation of the financial statements. Okay, so that means that the trustees have a choice in that matter. Okay, so with regard to what I called high quality financial reporting standards or frameworks, there are quite a few frameworks in South Africa that are applied. We have International Financial Reporting Standards, or IFRS. In short, we have International Financial Reporting Standards for small and medium-sized entities. In the public sector space, we have standards of generally recognized accounting practice, or GRAP. So there are many, many around. Again, coming back to sectional titles, I don't think any sectional titles will apply full IFRS. Haven't seen that. But we are aware that many sectional titles apply International Financial Reporting Standards for small and medium-sized entities in their preparation of their financials. We are also aware that many sectional titles' financial statements are prepared based on their own devised or articulated accounting policies. And both of those are permitted in terms of the legislation. It's not wrong. Now, is it an easy answer to say, oh, I will just prepare financial statements on my own accounting policies? Now, Andani looks like he qualified a bit more recent than Chantal and I did. He can show you how thick the IFRS book is and how thick the IFRS for SMEs book is. But it's codified, it's there, you know what to apply. International standard setters came up with these standards. You know where you are, you know what to do. If you are a trustee and you're saying, no, I will prepare my financial statements on my own accounting policies, you're putting yourself basically in the position of a standard setter. Okay? So that is it's not an easy route to take. Okay? Right, so whenever there's a choice, you are going to struggle to achieve consistency because people will and can do things differently. So, one set of financial statements for a sectional title will not necessarily look the same as the next. Accounting policies, let's say for recognizing revenue, might not be the same. So if consistency is an important aim for the Csos as the regulator, it would be a suggestion, or might be a suggestion to consider and to explore if that should change, if it should perhaps be prescribed. You need to apply, for example, IFRS for SMEs. But that would be a policy change.
Yeah.
And to get there, a lot of factors would have to be considered, including cost, including skills.
Yeah.
So again, it's not an easy thing just to say, let's go for it. And from a SAICA perspective, we'll obviously be involved if that should happen from a consultation perspective.
Okay.
From the auditor's perspective, one of the requirements on the auditor is for the auditor to assess whether the framework that was applied is appropriate to the entity, okay? It's much easier to do that when an existing, a recognized framework is applied than when an entity's own accounting policies were applied. So it's more difficult for the auditor as well when you apply your own accounting policies. Okay, I've said a lot, thanks.
Yeah, you did, certainly. I think it's one of the burning issues that we have as a regulator in terms of the prescribed framework for the community schemes on which reporting framework or guideline that they actually adopt. But you spoke a lot about the auditors and the change of framework and all that. Let me go to Chantal and just to Chantal, with the leeway, with the gap that exists in terms of the community schemes, maybe choosing which framework they actually use, what is SAICA's perspective on the requirement of this scheme to prepare their audited financial statements? Because I think the users out there will want to rely more on the on the sets of financial summary that is being provided.
Okay, so the auditor gives an opinion on the financial statements being presented to them based on the framework in which they have chosen. So if trustees are going to select their own framework, it may be an entity specific for them that suits them. Their rules would have to be applied consistently to agree to that framework that they're using. The rules changed and submitted. But we prefer in practice to receive a set of financial statements that are prepared on IFRS for SMEs. That is a preference because it's of a house standard, taking into account the regulations and the STSMA.
Yeah, thanks. And I want to move back to Aneri. So you talked about maybe the change in legislation and law and all that. And as a regulator, and how can a Csos align between the regulatory framework and the accounting standard, to strengthen or enhance or to reduce the dispute that comes from poor reporting, financial reporting of the schemes?
Well, I mean, there's quite a long question and many aspects. Right, so what I can share, that something that SAICA has done. So a few years ago, SAICA developed an illustrative set of financial statements for body corporates. That set assumes that IFRS for SMEs was the framework that was applied. If we just park IFRS for SMEs for a moment, I think what you are referring to, Masa, is the fact that in the prescribed management rules, there are certain disclosures that apply to sectional titles that have to be in the financial statements, irrespective of your applied financial reporting framework. So even if you apply your own accounting policies, you still have certain disclosures required by the prescribed management rules that have to be in those financial statements. Now, coming back to the illustrative set that SAICA developed, now that set has illustrates disclosures from IFRS for SMEs, but it also includes illustrations of those disclosure requirements in the prescribed management rules. Okay, now, we are busy with a project to make that set of illustrative financial statements more user-friendly, to show which disclosures come from IFRS and which come from the prescribed management rules. So Chantal is leading that project, so she knows that very well. But yeah, I'm not foreseeing change to the set, but it's just this is in that box and this is in that box, so that, you know, as I say, to enhance the user friendliness, and it will also help if the sectional title prepares their financial statements on their own accounting policies. You know, there are certain things that you have to disclose, and this is how you can do it.
Yeah. And I think the point that you're making now becomes very important, because that's what we're actually struggling with. But let me just take it a little bit higher than that, either to you or, you know, Chantal. The community schemes, they struggle with the cost and the practicality of obtaining audits, you know, particularly to, you know, small schemes. How does SAICA propose balancing, you know, the need for financial accountability with cost effectiveness in the audit requirement?
Okay, so I think this is a historic
issue.
Yeah, to start off with.
Yeah.
And the quality of an audit historically has not been appreciated. And with the changes in legislation and the STSMA and the regulations, it becomes even more apparent, as myself an RA, the importance of an audit. So, and the reason why I say this is 99% of any individual in the country, his biggest investment in their life is their home. And where are these homes? They're in community schemes. So should these individuals who spend their biggest amount of any investment in their home need to have quality assurance that the funds that they're contributing every month are not going to be to the demise of their investment. And where are they going to get that from? They're going to get that from a quality audit. And I understand the cost, but as an RA, community schemes, in terms of the RBA, are the second highest risk line item in the country. And I'm talking banks, I'm talking insurance schemes, financial institutions, or sectional title schemes, homeowners associations. And the reason being is that it's because it is 99% people's biggest investment is their home. So the quality and the appreciation of a quality audit needs to be considered. And I think this starts with NAMA. Csos, NAMA, and then down the line to the managing agents, for them to actually understand. Because in practice, what I found is every month you get a email asking for a quote on a sectional title scheme of 30 units, and you look at the fees for last year, and it was 5,000 rand. It's impossible. Where is the quality going to come from? So the first thing I would look at, and I'll know, there's no 10-year maintenance plan if the audit fee is only 5,000 rand. So the quality of an audit and the importance of it is very, very high risk and important.
Thanks a
and
lot.
remember, we as auditors, we do not prepare financials. Okay. We audit what has
You know
what
it
is
is-
being given to us.
Definitely. No,
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
And so we audit what has been given to us
yeah.
as auditors,
Yeah.
and we express an opinion thereon.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's the time now to engage our panelists with any questions that we may have. Please assist with moving the mics. Hopefully I can reach you. Let me start with you.
Hi, my name is Christelle. Our estate went on strike. We are not paying levies anymore. We are paying the levies into our lawyer's account. We had a vote. There's fraud. We're paying it into our lawyer's account, into a trust account at this moment. And the previous directors, if they need money, they have to prove why they need it. So our estate has now physically gone on strike. Now, all of a sudden, we have extra fees. It's 3 people in the estate, the 3 directors. They are putting in extra fees, 1,500 Rand a month, because they don't want to raise the levies, because they don't want to pay taxes. So they only want to pay 600 Rand a month levies, because after that, they're scared they're going to pay taxes. So here's our problem. We have no financial records for since 2019. Everything has been falsified. They scare for income, taxes on income. That's the nonsense they are.
There's no taxes on levies.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, I think it would be beneficial if I do the presentation that I presented.
Yes.
Just showing a couple of pitfalls and the ethics, governance, transparency, and the risk areas.
But my final question is there somewhere that there's a fraud case against them, theft, a Csos case against them, and we've got a high court case now as well. Is there somewhere else I can report them at CICA?
You can dismiss them as directors.
We've tried. They don't want to step down. CIPC.
No, you can have them dismissed
We
as
are
directors.
busy in a court case now.
And you can appoint your own directors.
We're busy for a year now, struggling to get rid of them.
Shouldn't take that long.
It's taking that long.
Csos could be able to step in here and give you some form of assistance. Yeah. So if there's fraud involved, and they don't qualify to be directors.
Yeah. Adele, you manage one of the biggest managing agents. Are these challenges any familiar to what you deal with?
Fortunately not at that scale, but we do have estates with a lot of issues and baggage coming over. I think it is crucial that you get the right legal advice. You get to the right attorney that don't just see you as a whale that they're going to milk for all the legal fees that you are worth. So getting to the right attorney that understands what your problems are. Yes, I agree. The court cases do take very, very long. So it means that if you guys are busy now, it's a year and you don't have a court date, I would suggest you maybe shop around. That's all I can say. But the courts are your best bet to get them removed, to get a case against your previous managing agent.
Yes.
Surely the auditor would have issued a letter of no clark, and if there was fraud involved, there would have been a reportable irregularity, which would have gone to the RBA, it would have gone to SAPS, it would have gone to Csos, it would have gone to SIPC, and it would have gone to SARS.
Yeah. Let me take a
So
few
that's
questions.
enough.
Yeah, let me just take a few questions before you make the presentation. Hopefully that you can cover everybody that has question. Okay, yes, I'm coming. Where are my assistants?
Good day. My name is Tena Maduna. I come from one of the homeowners association. Um, here's a case study that we are currently discussing at the level of a HOA. We come from a scheme that builds double levies. Now, there's a levy component for body corporates, and there's HOA levy. Now, it becomes a issue in terms of financial sustainability, more importantly for homeowners that belong to body corporates. With the ones that are on the sectional, that are on the non-sectional title schemes, it's just one levy. But if you belong to a homeowners association, a body corporate that is under a homeowners association, then there's a sectional title schemes act that kicks in, where you need to pay a levy. Now here is the implications, that it has become unaffordable for members of the body corporates that fall under the sectional title schemes. They've raised this issue over a period of time in the AGM. Now, it's not an easy issue to resolve because the homeowners associations derive their mandate from the Companies Act, which is our NPO is registered under the Companies Act. And you've got the Sectional Title Schemes Act that governs the body corporate system. Now we have a challenge. We want to resolve the issue because the unintended consequence, it is now appearing that a lot of the body corporate schemes are now facing financial distress. And there's an unfortunate, when we see and we observe an occurrence that most of them, due to their financial distress, they are unable to meet their commitments to the municipality. They are unable to meet their commitments. And the managing agent are now stepping in to buy the debt. And when they buy the debt, the existing debt, they further indebt the body corporate because it takes longer for the body corporates to get out of the debt. Now, even if the managing agent doesn't perform in terms of the maintenance of that specific body corporate, the problem is that they can't get out of it because they have a problem of having to deal with the long-term commitment that they have. Now, and if this situation can't be arrested, we are going to have body corporates that are now handing over their assets to managing agent. And that is a threat that is coming. I mean, we did an analysis. We think that we want to deal away with the double billing to save the body corporates. But the challenge that I have is that I must contend within two legal schemes that regulate community schemes. And what do we do? And I think from Csos, you are experts, and we want to extend a request to you to say, given the two legal frameworks that are governing these two schemes, how best do we intervene when majority of homeowners who are in sectional title schemes within the HOA are struggling, are indebted, and there's an emergent, which I think it is ethically incorrect, where now managing agents are further indebting the body corporates, and they are now held at ransom. What do we do?
Yeah, Adele.
Here we go.
It's a loaded question.
It feels like an AGM with all the owners here.
Please go ahead.
So, yes, it is common practice for body corporates or HOAs to basically sell off their debt. There's quite a few companies, and I think you just need to distinguish between the companies that you're selling off the debt to and your managing agent, because they are, most times they might have the same name, but they are different companies. So that's where they finance your levy or they finance the arrears to assist with cash flow. In terms of your question on HOA levy as well as a body corporate levy that sits on one owner, you say you're from the HOA, you want to assist the body corporate people. I would suggest, I know we have a scheme where the HOA charges a lesser levy on your body corporate owners. So, for instance, you have your earth with a nice house, big swimming pool. They charge, let's say, 2,000 Rand of a levy, and your body corporate charges a lesser fee. That is something that the HOA can consider, because it means they are not going to have to fork out legal fees to go after the body corporate owners if they make it more affordable for them to pay their levies. That might be something that you can look at. Okay. In terms of financing, it is an option. There has been several schemes that have been duly rehabilitated. So it is something that can help, but it needs to be managed very carefully. Okay.
Yeah, let me go this side and I'll come here. Then we'll give you an opportunity to make that presentation. Oh yeah, the mic is up there, thanks. I'm just moving up and down, but yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bosisiwe Mahlangu. I come from a managing agent. We are facing, and I think I'd like input from you guys, especially Trafalgar, you're quite big, on the challenges that we're having, especially as a managing agent myself. Levy arrears are a massive issue, to a point that it affects the schemes from the CJ to the COT, right? The bulk collections become an issue. So now here we gather, here's the problem, right? And I hear you guys, you're talking and you're tiptoeing around the issue. People are not paying. That's the truth, people are not paying. People purchase beautiful cars. People's lifestyles don't change. So what are you guys saying to us? Because I hear you're saying to me that I must make acknowledgement of debts and arrangements. You know the payment culture. I'll make an arrangement, they'll pay for 2 months, then they don't pay, right? You say to me I must go to a lawyer. Attorney fees are so expensive, right? What do? I go to Csos. Sorry, sir, your good people are failing us. I've got a scheme right now. The gentleman is owing 186,000 Rand. Your adjudicator doesn't respond unless I email them, right? So now I'm chasing Csos, I'm chasing the owners, I'm chasing this, I'm chasing that, right? We can't switch off power, we can't switch off anything. The first thing that you said is the schemes deteriorate. Of course they deteriorate. You're saying to me I must raise a reserve fund. With what, when people are not paying? So can we have some answers? Come to us and say to us, okay, fine. The municipalities are what you call the city, the electricity, the tariffs are shooting up, right? Effectively, they've got 20-year DEMA, they're switching off power left, right, and center. Us as managing agents, you tell us we must be effective, we must chase from 2,000 Rand, we must do soft collections. We are doing that. So how is Csos enabling me to become a better managing agent so that I don't have owners who are angry at AGMs because now I'm raising, the budget is now 15%, because in essence there's others who are subsidizing others, I can't collect. Can we have like tangible answers? I hear you guys, and you guys are colleagues of mine in the industry, but you guys are not giving us answers.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
just to quickly touch, and then I'm going to give over to you just to answer. what we regularly see with body corporates where owners stop and they are in massive financial distress is where your water and your electricity, and you can tell me now, I think I'm right, is not billed individually. And that is one thing you can start doing from the get-go, is getting in a metering company to quote you on putting in prepaid meters in terms of electricity and water. That is a very fast and effective way to stop, to get your owners to start paying. Because at the end of the day, it's going to stop them from getting water and electricity because they can't buy prepaid. Yes. They do get their 9, but after that, they need to buy prepaid water. Yes.
You saying to me I should get prepaid meters. Prepaid meters, the cheapest quote that you'll get is not less than 80,000 rand. I'm talking about a small scheme of 30 units, right? Okay. Now, you are saying to me, go do that. With what?
Okay, so...
Because now I must raise a special levy. Special levy where? The same now we're stressing, because my issue is, and I'm with you, my issue is now, you've got paying owners who now get demotivated from paying. Because now they're carrying the scheme on their shoulders. Yeah. Right? Because now you are introducing all these things that you want me to introduce in my scheme. Need money, they need capital. I'll need to end up going to what the gentleman said and going to ask for money at a high interest point. So I'm saying that Csos has got the power, right? Can they not say to us as managing agents, right? Go and reduce power. Don't disconnect, maybe reduce power. Maybe when we're dealing with levies, let the adjudicators have a set timeline that within 90 days they must respond to us, especially with pressing matters like levy areas. I hear you. Your points that you're raising are valid, but without the capital to inject into it, or me stressing my owners, I'm right at the point where levies are not being paid.
Oh.
Just to before then, and I've noted you at the back and here, so that we can,
all right, thank you. We have to understand, Busi, is it Busi? Busi, that in the community schemes, owners, they need to take responsibility. It has to be. You as a managing agent, you have to tell, like getting a prepaid, you need a special resolution, and owners need to pass that resolution. So you bring them together and say, for us who are in this situation, we need now to put in where people are not paying for their bulk water. They're getting free electricity. So let's have the let's pass a special resolution. Money will have to be, because there are owners there. They have to come to the party. There's nothing that Csos can do at that point without owners taking the first step. Csos cannot say that go and put in a prepaid. They cannot do that. It has to be, it's the owner's responsibility to take that first step and pass that special resolution and go and then apply for those prepaid meters. So. Okay. Yes, okay. So let me leave it now.
Sorry, I'm the owner in this, and everything she said we went through in our complex. So, okay, there were times that we're not properly managed. Then we got a managing agent who's now been there for quite a while. They came in with what Adele said. They put in prepaid meters. But what they said was, if you're not paying, they're going to block the meters. But they can't block the meters because there's now legislation that you cannot block meters. And then also the problem is, by the time they came into our complex, the debtors book was already out of place, right? So the measures that she suggested, we have, but they're still not working because owners are not paying. Then because I'm that owner that is feeling the heavy burden of my other people who are not paying, I wrote to Csos. I did budgets because I'm an accountant by profession. I did budgets. I approached the adjudicator because I was the only one who was fighting. The reason it felt like I was the only one, other people don't have I don't know, they don't have the braveness to approach. They feel like, yeah, they feel like if they don't want to be victimized. Then I said, okay, because I'm the one who's feeling the pain. I wrote to Csos, I did the budget, but when I got to Csos, I showed Csos that the reason I feel I cannot pay a special levy, because now they're implementing a special levy, which was already we were above 100% increment. On top of that, because I know it's 10% increase per annum, but by the time the special levy came, we're like 108 increment. Then I showed Csos, and I explained to them that we have not been audited for the past years. All the stories, I did financials, I showed them. But because Csos, they said to me, they asked the trustees, is she the only one complaining? They asked the managing agent, what is your view? Then the trustee says she's the only one. And I said, no, I'm not the only one. I'm the only one who had guts to approach Csos. Then because, and I explained to Csos there were no financials, but now I'm forcing them to audit. Because I was the only one, the adjudicator said I then have to pay the special levy. They never cared about the financial presentations that I showed. They didn't care that it's over 100% increase. And even today, that special levy is not being paid. And then we don't have a 10-year budget. I showed Csos, we don't have a 10-year budget. The managing agent said to Csos, that's why I want a special levy. They still don't have a 10-year plan because people were over-indebted then. They implemented a special levy. They're still over-indebted. So now here, I'm still feeling the pressure as a paying owner. And I still lodge another case to Csos, and Csos is telling me they've got backlog. So me as an owner, I'm sitting here, I'm frustrated. That's why I'm here today. I'm hoping Csos will help me.
I'm also an owner and I can really relate to you. I'm not going to repeat everything because I'm experiencing exactly the same thing. I'm knocking on every door. I'm knocking on every department in our managing agent company. I'm not getting anywhere. I've even went to the banks and ABSA and said, please, is there a way that you can assist? And all they say to me, it's an issue between you guys, the owners, and the trustees. They need to take it up. So I think the banks also need to come to the table, and especially on the lifestyle thing. And one thing that I want to add to that we actually fund the lifestyle is that some people think it's very nice to have to call themselves that they've been on the board of directors on their CV, so that they put themselves forward, but they have no clue why they are there and what they are supposed to do. But they put it on their CV because it looks good, and then we are just go down the ramp. The other thing I want to ask is, National Treasury has instructed all the municipalities to convert conventional meters to prepaid meters. If they can, they sent out a letter and they say, I'm coming to replace your meter. Why can't the sectional title, because most of the older buildings got 1 meter outside and then they've got individual meters inside. Why can't we just, for the few people that are in arrears, replace it with a prepaid meter? I know that, I mean, that will bring down the cost of your suggestion that you need to convert the whole complex, because that's lots of money, and especially if you are in distress, you cannot afford that. There's other pertinent things. On the audited thing, I've got a problem with that. I come from local government and I was trained in the way of international standards of auditing. So what I believe is when you do the budget is allocated per item and you need to spend the money on that. Otherwise, why don't you just give them a pot of money and they can go and spend it anyway? So when they go to the auditors, they cook the books and they give the auditors something that it was there and there and there. And then when you're back at home, they spend the money and they move the money around. So they took our whole budget for maintenance and they put in a security guard. And I said, but it's not allowed. We did it because they want to sidestep that a levy is being extra levies raised. So now we never, the next year when the budget was approved, we never replaced that shortfall in the budget. But since we've got a sorry, managing agent, and it's now 5 years. The complex, the value, everything went down, and we are in dire situation, and our arrears are bad. And then they say, no, we cannot be sustainable because of the pensioners. We're only 4 pensioners. We are in a position to pay. The problem is the arrear people, and they don't want to do. That's why they cannot increase the levies, and they haven't increased the levies all 10-year plan. Anyway.
Yeah, thanks. I think you saw the gentleman that was here, that was coming to alert us. Let me just give just a second. I noted a hand here. If you can maybe restrict it to a minute, please, because we're out of time.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Jack Lisudi is my name from City Accommodations. I see House Busi here is very frustrated. You can actually, I mean, there's innovative ways of collecting. If you go to your prepaid meters, guys, you can take it on, if you don't have money readily, pay as you go. They will give you that. And then talk to them to build in your levy before a person can buy. In other words, I won't be able to buy electricity before I pay my levy. On the same thing, they offer that. So you will be amazed. You will be cashing on big time. The last one, that was not what I raised up. I wanted to support. Yeah, I wanted to support what the panelists they were suggesting. You see, this thing of different standard will not work for us. So come up with the rule that says if you are a sectional title building, this is the that you need to follow. Thank you very much.
And I think there are quite important issues that you're raising. And let me take ownership of the issues that relate to Csos. I will not do any justice if I do not acknowledge the challenges that we're experiencing. And I think this has been echoed in the opening, in every plenary session that we had, the issue of the backlog. We're working on it, and I hope that very soon we should be able to refer this as a thing of the past. But I will really urge you to, some of the cases, let's engage outside. I'm here tomorrow. Then we can follow up on those cases and some of the advice that you got so that we can look at how did it get to that we don't even consider the challenges that you're looking at. In the last few minutes, Chantal, yeah, please, if you can do justice to us. Thank you.
I'm going to be quick. All right, so basically it's STSMA. We all know about this, there's no specific framework, but where I'm going with this is what I wanted to bring up, and I think it kind of gives you an overview of everything. When Mars had given me the first preview, I had included everything. I think there's governance from next door in here as well. Ethical and governance issues in the financial management system within your sectional title schemes often stem from inadequate knowledge, poor oversight, that's your trustees and your directors, conflict of interest, and lack of transparency is the biggest aspect as an auditor that I see. Because when I go to AGMs and I speak to the members, the lack of transparency that the trustees give to the owners is shocking. Common problems, insufficient reserve funds, flawed budgeting. Most body corporates with sectional titles budget with a balanced budget. Income, expenses, balanced. The problem is they're not taking into account the non-recoverable levies. So if they took non-recoverable levies into account for their forthcoming budget, they're going to have a deficit. And where's the deficit going to come from? Cut your expenditure. Ineffective levy collection often tends to lead to financial distress. There needs to be a levy collection policy per sectional title scheme that is adopted by the trustees and by the owners at the AGM. That will assist the managing agents. Trustees and directors need to understand that they have a fiduciary responsibility, and they do not understand the word fiduciary. Fiduciary is crucial, And it means that they can be sued in their personal capacities. And you need to not forget that. They can be sued in their personal capacities for negligence and for non-compliance of holding down the post of the position that they hold. Trustees love me. Okay, let me just put it out there. Okay? So the conflict of interest, trustees must act in the best interest. They can't accept gifts for financial advantage. Okay, it happens. Or unfairly using company suppliers. Misappropriation of funds can range from fraud, can all the way through to accepting kickbacks from certain service providers. The lack of transparency, I've brought it up about a few times and you're going to hear it a little bit more. Not providing the owners with access to financial records, meeting minutes, or detailed budgets. And it creates suspicion. They not only need to be transparent, they need to be seen to be transparent. If they're not seen to be transparent, there's a problem. And obviously inaccurate reporting. Poor budgeting, we discussed. Negligence and lack of training. And here I'm going to say that the trustees or directors of NPCs do not all have the sufficient training and knowledge of the STSMA, the Companies Act, and the PMR, and that is crucial. Weak enforcement, disputes over finances, lack of community. How do we mitigate this? Prioritize transparency, enforce rules consistently, invest in trustee training, create realistic budgets that take into account the non-payment of levies. Communicate regularly with your owners, not just at the AGM. Do you know how many notices of AGMs I've seen go out without the financial statements attached? How often does that happen? That's a no-claw. I have never ever signed off an audit report and not had a no-claw, which is a non-compliance of laws and regulations. It is impossible in a sectional title scheme to not have one deviation. Okay, and I'm speaking to the lawyer. Yeah, hey, a wrap up. Okay, managing agents, and this is where I see there's a gap. An MOU that is often used means nothing in my language. An SLA, a service level agreement, or an engagement level a letter for your services is crucial because it must have definitive roles as to what is the responsibility of the managing agent and what is the responsibility of the trustees. Okay, and then the 10-year maintenance plan. Obviously, the other one is tax registration. Sorry, tax registration, no. Tax registration is a problem because when they register, a lot of managing agents register the sectional scheme for tax. Yeah. They use the wrong code. Then they get taxed on the levies instead of being taxed on the interest earned from the owners and other income. So that's your problem. They're submitting the incorrect code on the tax returns.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Gumede is here, and I think he's just gonna, just 1 minute, Mr. Gumede.
Yeah,
just
no.
1 minute, one minute. Thank you so much for your inputs. Before I want to give, and thank you so much to our panelists. This was very insightful, and this was very hitting her home at Csos. When I throw my ass around here, I see Csos people hanging their heads in shame. Unfortunately, I'm not one of you now on this one. But let me just give 1 minute to. I hope we can have a minute for you, ma'am. Just 1 minute. Yeah, to tell us more about the project that SAICA is running. That will be very beneficial to you guys.
Okay, so I will be quick. So myself and my colleague Mulala, who sits in the audience, we attended last year's Indaba as well, and we heard the frustrations about financial statements not being great. We heard frustrations about audits not being great. So I thought to myself, if I'm invited here again, I would not like to attend if I haven't done anything about that. So we started a project. We are having a discussion group. We're bringing together Csos, the RBA, PPRA, NAMA, ourselves, SAICA, practitioners, auditors, practitioners, accountants, and we discuss practical issues and we aim to do something about it. So it's new. Hopefully next year, if I'm invited again, we might be able to show something. Okay, but we are trying to address it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you still want to make that DDG? Arabi, like this is my boss. I can't cut her out.
No, thank you very much. My name is Cindy Siwengongo from the National Department of Human Settlements. I just want to make one proposal. I'm assuming this session was recorded. So all the matters that came up here, I will propose that we will need to group them, CISOs, and attend to them. If it means you call all the managing agents once, because I don't want to hear the situation like what she was going through. And the answer also was right here. But because there's not enough collaboration, that we segment the issues, we get to the bottom of them so that next year, I'm with you. When we come back here, we see so many smiling faces. Then we will keep on monitoring it. Thank you so much.
Where I come from, you're not allowed to speak after your elders. Let me thank you, colleagues. Let me thank you, everybody, for your input. We're already on the radar by the department that we report to. And I can tell you, I'm in trouble already. All the issues that have been issued here, that have been echoed here, I have to, on a quarterly basis, I'll be asked, what have you done? What have you done? What have you done? What have you done? But nonetheless, thank you so much. And then thank you so much to my wonderful panelists and you audience. You are the greatest. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks.
Fantastic. Guys, again, thank you so much. I'm a failed accountant too, so this session mattered. And also, I must be honest, this was cooler. This session was much cooler. Sure, should have heard the disputes. Wow. People were literally disputing. Anyway, folks, thank you so much. I think day one in itself was a huge success. And I don't know what message you got out of it. But I have to be honest with you and say that the fact that we're willing to actually have these engagements, no matter how many people it is, right? There was just over 600 people registered for this Indaba. And this is only day one. And I want you to understand that you guys are the conduits. You're the messengers. You guys then go on and detail this message further to everybody else in estates, in complexes, in HOAs, etc. And that's the only way this message will become clearer. We're talking about a very young institution here. Csos turns 10 next year. Third Indaba. And yet the act that they've already instituted, the ability to try and ensure that this is all done legally, that we understand exactly when we're living in these spaces, that they need to be about shared responsibility. So I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank everybody that's also been watching on the streams, that's been part of the entire conversation as well. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Hope you have a good one. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, but if you do, take photos. Not for me, I don't want to see them, but for all of you that are here. So thank you so much. And we're going to close off the stream, but for everybody that is still here, we do have a networking cocktail that is happening just outside. Prizes are going to be given away. There's going to be a band singing. It's not going to be me, I promise, although some might want to hear that. And I want to thank you again. There'll be more food, right? We may not have the financial sustainability yet, but there's money for food. There's money for food. We'll do that. Again, thank you so much. Appreciate it.